All right. Happy Saturday, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
Welcome to District Con 2. We're your hosts. I'm Sean MacArthur, CEO of Divided District Studios.
And I'm Jody DeReal, VP of Divided District Studios.
We got a big event for you all weekend long.
Yes.
This is our second District Con, and we wanted to show you a little something that is near and dear to us. And also, with the events that are going on, District Con 2 is an interactive comic book convention. It's not just comic books, but it's art all across the board.
Exactly.
So we have your handcrafters, your singers, your dancers,
Your sculptors.
your glass blowers.
Yes. But today, we're just giving you sort of a preview of what District Con 3 is going to be like. But before we fully dive into that, we just wanted to give like a reminder that we still have our Kickstarter running.
Yes.
It has 9 days left. And shout out to everyone who's been supporting us so
thank
far,
you.
because we are above and beyond past the goal we expected, and it's still growing.
Yeah.
It's still growing. So thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
all of you guys.
Also, I would like to add that yes, even though this event is virtual,
Yeah.
next event may not be virtual,
No.
and we may grow a bigger set of vendors and showcasers and
Yes.
so on and so forth. But yeah, you want to get started? I'm excited.
He's the best. He wants to get started. So let's get started. Who do we have first?
All right, so who we have first is Jason Richardson, CEO of J1 Studios and VT Heroes. And he's going to show you a little something about his game called VT Heroes, the trading card game. So we're very excited. He showed me a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and I need to have my hands on it. And once you see this demonstration, you would want one too.
Oh, you're going to fall in love. Like, it's very well put together. The details, the design in the board alone is so cool.
So can we get Jay in?
Yes.
He's away from his camera.
Oh,
He's presently away from his camera. So, well, let's talk, I guess, a little bit about what's on our Kickstarter while we wait for Jay, because we have some really cool things on there, and especially because you guys have been supporting so much. We have pins coming.
Hats.
We have hats. As you can see, we're wearing different shirts from the last event. So
yeah.
we have shirts. So many things. Let's talk about the titles. Like, naturally, Home and Worlds Beyond, written by Sean MacArthur. And we have Reshift, written by D-Rez, who also colored and lettered it as well. And last but not least, Night Shift, which was written by Marissa Booth and drawn by Kenny Millen. I designed the cover, so I'm very excited about that. But we also have variant covers coming out, like
Yep.
so many awesome things. Like, you want to talk like a little bit, I guess, about like the Kickstarter process and like what are they gonna get as far as like your book? Ooh, in issue 2.
all right. So issue 2 for Home and Worlds Beyond is
Yes.
going to have a whole different feel to it, more of a horror feel, and oh man, I'm so excited to show you.
Thank you so much.
thank
I'm
you.
glad you love the shirts.
Yes.
Oh, he's ready.
He's ready?
Wow.
Wow.
We're ready.
We can talk more about the Kickstarter later.
Yes.
Let's showcase this first guest,
Awesome.
Jason Richardson, VT Heroes.
Yes. Welcome. Ooh.
Oh.
I can dig it. There we go. It's like, I'm a bad man.
You had to come in with the Ediths?
Right? Like,
Yo, I had to.
I am so jelly.
It's
I
he's
want
like, y'all
a
sporting gear. I want to sport my gear.
I want a pair of Ediths.
I mean, I have multiple pairs. I have the black set. I have the blue set. Sean, you know how my studio works.
Yeah.
I have my
You
wonderful.
just can't have one. You gotta have
right.
one.
And I have my entire Marvel Invicta collection.
Oh yeah. Oh, the watch collection is crazy.
Yeah, we're at like 28 right now. So
Oh, congrats!
yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so like, yo, thank you for having me here.
Oh, no
you know,
problem.
as part of the con. Like, I'm excited. Wanted to show off a few things. I mean, one, the game, obviously. Like, got to show off the game.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll be doing back here.
Ooh. The twins, what's going on?
Oh man. Yo,
I
can
gotta
you
show off the
bring
pop
that a
thing.
little more closer, so
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we can see that. Ooh.
That is
Very
amazing.
class.
that
It
is-
has a
So
hat.
dope. Ah, yes, it has the hat. I love the mustache. Like,
yeah,
Like, it
the
has-
signature
Oh my
mustache.
It has a VT Heroes hat and everything.
yeah.
I
That's
love it.
awesome.
Oh,
I gotta know where to get one.
Yeah, but tell us a little bit about
VT
VT
Heroes.
Heroes for like our new audiences.
So VT Heroes is a one-on-one. Well, there's going to be soon new options and new play styles for multiplayer action and tag action. But initially, it's a 1v1 fighting card game. I took the concepts of like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Soul Calibur, put it all together, and kind of sprinkled it with the Tokusatsu vibe. And for those who don't know what Tokusatsu is, think Power Rangers, Ultraman, VR Troopers, Beetleborgs, Kamen Rider, all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
But they're not a team. It's very much a fighting game, so everybody's in it to win it. So it's a one-on-one fighting game. You build your character, and you battle, another person who built their character based on the hero, which is one of the colors, from red to purple to pink to white, blue, all that stuff. You also pick an element from like fire, lightning, stone, sound, and so forth. And then you pick a totem, which is like the spirit animal, like bear, lion, wolf, cobra, spider. I had to fit a spider in there. 'Cause
Yeah, of course.
Spider-Man.
Come on, twit.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, speaking of characters, let's get in depth about how you designed your characters.
Yes, please.
Because in Power Rangers, you see there's only one size and shape of a character.
Right.
And when we see VT Heroes, there are multiple sizes.
Yes, I love that.
Yes, because I like to represent all different body types without being, panderingly woke. Calm down. I won't get too edgy on this thing. But no, like I see on what made me do this was I love Street Fighter, especially Street Fighter and stuff like King of Fighters, because they have so many different body types in their games. Like E Honda's a bigger guy, Zangief is like large and muscular. Fei Long is like athletically thin. I wanted to have that kind of vibe there, but also in the cosplay scene, I've seen a lot of people who don't fit the societal standards of how a cosplayer should look in spandex, especially when it comes to like Power Rangers or like, superhero stuff. They'll say, oh, you're too big to be this character, or you're too skinny to be this character. So I went out of my way to kind of like screw over those haters and create characters for those people. So
Right.
that, low key, they could be like, if they cosplay as like one of the characters, be like, well, you don't fit that character because I'm a big guy and the character's a big guy, so you don't fit that. Like all that kind of stuff. And then I wanted to make sure that you couldn't see their faces or any of their skin, so that the characters are for anybody, so
Right.
that no one could bash somebody, because we see this in the cosplay scene a lot,
Yeah.
where it's like, oh, this cosplay is dope, shame you're black, like
Right? Yeah, like they black shaming for picking like, a Goku cosplay or
Exactly.
a Chun-Li cosplay. It's like, you can't be Chun-Li, you're this. No,
exactly.
you can be Chun-Li, put on that suit, and let's roll.
Right. And you don't have to paint your face to do it. That's one thing I've seen from certain individuals where I'm like, you don't have to paint your face. The character isn't a race. The character is just the character.
Right. I mean, half the characters that people are cosplaying are Asian.
Yeah.
So if you're not Asian, trying to bash people, you need to sit down. Like,
Exactly. It's like we all shouldn't be cosplaying if that's the
right.
case.
If you want to get it like that, if you want to get
Right,
real serious,
technically.
and real technical with it, like, I'll just say a little wrong. White people need to just be superheroes for Marvel and DC, and like Asian people have to be anime characters. Like that is
Exactly.
literally where we're at. Like,
Right. But now, to talk, I wanted to talk about the process because you've been working on this for years, and I just want to know like the steps of that. Like how did it begin to where it is now? What are we looking at here?
Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'll show you a little tidbit here.
All right.
Bam, I'm back. See, it was fast. The game was actually made based on a really complex and really nerdy math equation. This is actually the original like cards for the game, like
That's
actual
cool.
scraps of paper.
Yeah.
No art, just the numbers, so I can keep track of like what the moves are and like how the math works.
Right.
So it's a game based on controlling probabilities. Even though the game initially feels random, once you make your own set, you have more control. And I wanted it to be a fast-paced game and still feel like an arcade fighting game.
Right.
And not like your typical Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic, Pokemon games. Like I don't want it to feel like a card game. I want it to feel like an arcade fighting game.
Yeah.
That came with taking the concept of rock, paper, scissors and expanding on it. And then controlling the probabilities with other numbers, which are like your levels in the game. So based on how you build your character, you're only allowed to use certain cards and certain moves. And with that, you can, it's like a creator character. We had that in like Soul Calibur. And like in wrestling games where you can like create a character, you can give them their own moves, you can give them their own things. That's what the game starts off as. And then once you build your character, I had to come up with a way to make it a fast-paced game. So when you play a match, it takes about the same amount of time as like an actual match of like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, which is around 2 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, a full match would be like 2 to 5 minutes.
That's cool.
Right. So I had to time it. That was basing how much health points. When I first made this game, it was how many health points the game started off with. I started off with 100 just to like, I knew that was a lot, but I wanted to time it on card movement, time to do the math, because I wanted it to be simple math so that little kids could play it. If you look at games like Yu-Gi-Oh, they use like large numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
And kids like the cards, but sometimes it gets a little tricky for them because they're starting with like 4,000, 8,000, all these like thousands of numbers. So I tested it with 100 on life points. It dragged out. I put it to 50. The game sped up a little bit. I wanted it to be really fast paced, so I knocked it down to 25 life points.
Okay.
Which is simple math because most of the cards take anywhere from 1 point to maybe 10 points of damage. So it was a way to make it like fast paced, also creating a lot of replay value. Because when you switch up your characters, your play style completely changes.
All right. So with that said, so your character, say like you're playing with maybe the red VT, every VT hero has like a special move set.
Yes, I
like
don't
the
know.
base card.
Yeah, let me get red out because I want to show off
Right.
my thick girl.
Yes,
Like,
please do.
like can you see that? I don't know if you
Yes.
did. Yeah. And what's
Ooh.
cool is unlike most of these games, like fighting games, half of the cast is female. Like it's like a
Right,
half female,
because
half female cast. So there's options for everyone, and I break some of the norms with stuff like the pink one is actually the buff guy.
that's
Uh,
awesome.
Right.
and the red one and the pink one are actually the strongest, the strongest ones physically out of the game. So if you want to be like a tough guy, like I want to beat people up, I either got to be a guy in pink, or I have to be, a fine woman with curves.
Hey, you have no choice.
Right. Yeah,
Which is awesome. It's good to switch. Is good to switch up.
Yes.
I don't think color should.
And the
matter for-
crazy part, little history lesson. Back in the day, I want to say maybe 50s, 40s. They used to put the boys in pink
yeah.
when they were born.
Listen, I used
It's
to
the
rock.
craziest
I
thing.
remember
Yeah.
having a pink polo when I was a young boy. Like,
Yeah.
I was fresh with my pink polo. Like, get it twisted.
There's nothing wrong with a little pink.
Right, a little salmon.
Yeah, a little salmon,
right.
a little mauve.
That's how
It's
you got away
mauve,
with it.
bro.
Like, it's salmon.
Nothing wrong. But yeah, I was like surprised to find that out, because now when they switched it, now everyone's hung up girls are pink. But you guys used to wear pink too? Like
Yeah.
Get over it.
Pink look great on all this chocolate right here.
Hey,
Oh,
exactly.
now, hey.
But also, I wanted to talk about the fan base that you built up after having a extremely successful Kickstarter, and just gathering so many people onto the wave of VT Heroes. I need to know, like, how many people have you bumped into after?
Oh yeah, that's an awesome feeling.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, I
Yeah,
know you.
it's crazy. Because like people knew me for creating J1 Con, the convention that was in Philly, now in Atlantic City. They know J1 Studios, but the hype that came from VT Heroes was something I wasn't ready for. There was a lot of love letters for creating characters that help other people feel seen. So seeing people on the street was really cool. They were like, "Yo, man, I love VT Gray because he's got a belly," like all that stuff. They're like, "I can't wait to cosplay him." Like, I'm like, "That's what's up."
And then you also got a bunch of kudos from from actual Power Ranger actors
Yes.
as
Yeah.
well
Yeah.
that I've noticed. So you recently had like a chat with Walter Jones, the original Black
original
Ranger,
Black Power Ranger. Yeah.
Mastodon
Yeah.
Black. Which is awesome, because it's well deserving to be a part of that the Sentai universe, and you're just climbing up, and eventually we'll see maybe animes and books if you
Yes.
haven't done it yet.
Some of that stuff is in production. I'm actually in talks with a couple companies for
See?
other.
Look at that.
But my
Project.
question is, because this is kind of like me officially meeting you, because I've heard of you and I always hear you and Sean talking
Yeah.
over the shoulder.
Sunrise
But
Chicken, baby. Right?
Sunrise Chicken.
the VT Heroes game, it started as a game. There was no book before. There was no.
No, there was nothing. I
Wow,
wanted to
I really thought. Yeah, wow, continue.
yeah, because I've made comics. I'm a writer and an artist. I've worked on stuff for Sony. I've done my own projects. Like, I did art for Spider-Man 2, the movie, the Tobey Maguire one. I did stuff for New Type magazine is a hobby magazine in Japan.
Oh wow.
But this I wanted to test my marketing skills. I don't know why. I really wanted to push myself, so I limited my social media presence for the game and only made it Instagram. No Facebook, no Twitter, no nothing. I just wanted to see if I can use Instagram to create a fan base for my game. The other thing was, I don't know. I'm just insane. I don't know.
A mad scientist indeed,
But-
Yeah.
because the boards, and you designed everything. It was
the
like
plain
that's
mats.
it. They're gorgeous. Can we
one of
get
the-
into that? Yeah, let's
Yeah, one
start
of the
looking at
playmats
some of the pieces.
was actually done by an animator that's working on an anime right now. My friend
Oh, wow.
Tito. He's a big
Nice.
fan of the stuff I've done and a huge supporter. So he did one, I did one, and we have other artists and animators from the industry, Sean.
Oh.
All right, just to add extra names.
Yeah, right.
So we have 10 minutes before we start the demo. Can we, I guess, see some playing cards? I know you were showing us some before we fully get started with the game.
Yeah, I can show you some of the action cards.
Yes. Action cards.
These are the moves from the game. You'd think in a studio you would have like really fancy chairs, but I really like these cushiony folding chairs.
Look,
There-
when you're working as hard as you are, then a chair would do.
Exactly. Any chair. will
Yeah,
do.
I don't need a big fancy rolly chair. They look cool.
Oh, don't
but-
judge us.
Oh.
Because
I mean-
we're on our big fancy rolling chairs.
I mean, we're just loaning the big fancy
we're
rolling,
renting these chairs.
You know,
Y'all bougie. That's all. Like,
Right? Green screen, matching shirts. You know.
Yeah,
I know.
fancy,
y'all doing it up.
you know.
Here's an example of some of the cards. Like, let's see if I can get this because the internet. I don't know how to
Yeah.
focus.
No,
this.
it looks
Yeah,
great.
it is.
It looks really cool.
This is like one of the standard action cards. This is the punch in the face.
Now,
Punch face.
and so
face.
now, where you hit the person matters as well.
Like-
Different stuff do different damage and different effects.
Just
this
like
is an
in
attack card, and it's a level 1 attack card, and it does. I had to look at because I don't have. It does -3 damage. There's all different types of cards. There's attack cards. There's defensive cards.
oh,
There's
That's cool.
power cards, which are usually weapons or your totem.
see,
And
now-
all of these are designed by him. Him and other artists. Him and other
Sean
artists.
actually- yeah, Sean knows. I actually severed my tendons in my drawing hand during the process,
Oh wow.
it
and
is
had to
crazy.
wear like a special cast. And I had to wear it all the time, and then I would take it off for 10 minutes at a time to do some drawings for the game,
Yeah.
and then had to wrap my hand back up.
But that's dedication,
yeah.
man. There you go. I admire that.
No,
Do it.
like,
Yeah.
any way to get the job
No
done. You gotta-
excuses, you know?
Yep. And you
Yeah,
definitely
right
did
now
your-
I'm like, I can look at people. I'm like, you ain't got no excuse to get angry.
Exactly.
Exactly.
There's people one hand, no hands, and this woman paints with her feet. Like, come
Yeah.
on now.
Right?
And
Right?
speaking of
Like,
painting,
y'all don't understand the pain of a severed tendon. Like,
no. Well,
wow.
I hope not.
Yeah, don't ever. I wish that on no one.
But speaking of painting, you also have helmets that mini helmets that you painted as well. And
Yes.
you want to talk about those because that's amazing too.
Ooh, those are hand painted?
Yeah, I hand painted these,
Oh my gosh.
and at the bottom, I actually glued with I think Gorilla Glue, like a super adhesive, felt. Like a bottom of a chess piece, they have that felt at the bottom.
Very
so
official.
I put that on there.
And it's handcrafted, or was it custom order?
3D printed from one of my effects guys, at Jace Knockout.
Very cool.
I think he's now Jace Knockout Studios or Jace
Yep.
Knockout Productions. I always
Jay-
tag him in all sorts of stuff.
Jace
Yes.
is I've seen his work, and he's an absolute genius too. Like, you guys definitely worked very well together with the helmets.
It's like a family of artists all over your project, and I love it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that like I'm friends with a lot of cosplayers in the industry or whatever. Like, but like I'll say the shirt I drew, but it was printed by Inkster Prints. Like, they handled that. K20 Custom. He makes custom patches. He made the patches that we have. Like, all the helmets have their own patch. And then I have the logo patch for the hat. Like, different artists. I have a 26 album soundtrack that was made.
Oh, wow. I did not know
Yes,
that.
Yep,
That's
he has the
awesome.
soundtrack.
Is
We
it
have a
for the
whole
game or it's
soundtrack.
just separate?
It's gonna be used for everything.
Oh, cool.
So when we do, just like when you know Street Fighter music when you hear it, like you know Ken's theme and all that stuff. This is for Series 1, so I guess I can sort of spill. There may be a digital version of the card game, possibly for.
You got to claim that
iOS
now.
and
I'm
Android.
waiting.
No, he's
Coming
saying-
soon. Coming soon. Digital version. VT
Listen
Heroes.
to
We're
those
claiming
words.
it.
He said there may be.
You say maybe. I say now.
No.
I'm putting it out there for you, Jason. It is coming soon. 2 years, 3
I
years,
think
next
he already
year.
did.
You know. He's smiling because
Jason knows
He's
what I'm
trying to
talking
be-
about,
he's
and
trying
Jody
to be
is not
cute.
getting the lingo.
He's trying to be cute, and I'm like, stop teasing us. Just say it. Just give us
So
the date.
are we?
And sorry for the noise. We have construction going on.
Oh, we don't
it's
hear
all-
anything.
We don't.
Oh, okay.
It-
It's like, I'm like,
I'm like, was that us?
don't skip the subject.
Right?
Are we having a virtual game? Are we having a digital game?
Will there be an app?
huh? So about the soundtrack.
Hey. Oh, soon
there
cometh,
may be
guys. Soon
collectible
cometh.
Pop figures.
Nice.
There may be collectible pop figures. We don't know yet.
Ooh, yes.
Maybe.
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 I'm
Maybe.
catching on. Maybe.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and I want to thank everyone who helped with the Kickstarter, because I asked for $500 because
Just
I just
500?
needed yeah, because the game was already made. I just needed a few copies to send off to like reviewers, and I don't know. I've never did Kickstarter before. I know how to do marketing, but I never did Kickstarter, so. I accidentally launched the Kickstarter 2 days before the date I've been announcing that the Kickstarter was going to go live. I thought I was going to mess up the algorithms. Found out a half hour later that it was already funded. So people were just sitting on it, waiting for it, I guess. And the month later, we had like over $10,000. Actually, technically over $11,000 because some people donated to the Kickstarter after it closed.
Afterwards, yeah.
So we were almost at like close to like almost 12,000.
That's incredible because you never
Yeah.
know who's watching. Like,
Exactly.
some people are just waiting for the products. They don't comment, they don't like, but as soon as it comes out, they're like, I've been waiting.
Yep.
So congratulations on
Word.
that and everything you've been working
Super
on.
successful. I didn't even
Yes.
know that you even asked for only 500 because you get
I didn't
5
think
people
anybody
and
would
then
pay a higher thing than that. Like, I was,
Right.
and you walked off with 10,000. That
Amazing.
speaks volumes
Amazing.
in your work and your work ethic and the
And the
people
product
that,
itself.
Yeah, and also the people that you surround yourself with, and who are slowly coming into your circle.
Yes.
And feeling the VT Heroes vibe.
Hey, tilt the hat.
Yeah. So like no
Black
we salute you.
excellence.
Exactly. and that's like one of the things we try to celebrate and also support people who are doing the thing, making sure that someone else has a childhood as
Exactly.
awesome as ours.
So we have
Yeah.
a few more seconds before it's 12:30, and we start the awesome demo of this game. Like, are you
Yeah.
are you ready? You ready to start getting set up?
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Something like that. Let's flex.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I want to thank all you guys again for having me on and
Oh, no
having
problem.
me be a part of this.
No,
And
it had to be you, man. Like I said, we can't have a virtual event without virtual tournament heroes.
And not to mention this event started sort of like a family base. We started with the artists we've met at events. We started with the artists and the vendors that we talk to or support on social media on a regular basis. So it definitely wasn't it was a no-brainer. Like, who
Yeah.
do we invite? Oh, boom.
yo, but I totally feel honored about it. Thank you. So we're gonna set up, and I'll explain the game as we play. So just to help people get an idea, I hope it makes sense when I explain it.
All right, that's awesome.
Awesome.
All right, so
All
he's
right.
gonna get set up, and in a
Yeah.
couple minutes, and then we're going to
Take a little break.
take a little break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I want to set up our other social medias. So far, we've been on TikTok and Divided District Studios Instagram. So if you don't catch us on the YouTube, we'll be popping up on other social medias. Hell yeah, it's 12:30.
Yep, it's 12:30.
The demo is coming soon.
Just a few seconds, and the demo is gonna come up soon. What? All right, here we go. All right, he's ready. Almost there. He's lining up his shot. Up, and we got
And
a
we
thumbs
got the
up.
thumbs up.
All right.
Howdy, everybody.
What's going on?
What's
So,
going on?
who do we have playing against you, Jason?
I have a good friend of mine, Dante. He's gonna help out. He's my awesome assistant for today. We're gonna battle each other one-on-one. Howdy.
Howdy.
So this is how I'll try to explain it as best as I can. What we're gonna do is we're going to play the game as if someone bought only. Don't mind my thumb. I had a really bad. This is the hand that got the injuries and stuff. If you see the hand looking a little freakish, don't freak out. This is if you can buy just the starter deck, and you can actually play a 2-player game out of it. The thing that makes it different is you can't make a custom deck. You have to play with a randomized deck. So you'll see the difference, or maybe I'll be able to explain the difference when the time comes. These are the add-ons for later on when you want to make a custom deck of your own. Once you figure out what setup you want to play as. Let's see if I can find a 2 in there. All right. So here's an example of creating a character. You need one of 3 stack cards. You need one from each stack card. You need a hero. You need an element. And you need a totem. Now, the totems are all different, spirit animals and all that stuff. The elements, we know how elements work. Fire, ice, stone, wind, shadow. I start making stuff up. It's like Mega Man. Then you have your various colors of your VT heroes. Each character has their own set of stats when it comes to the setup, when you're building your character. The important thing is when you create a character, you have to start with 10 battle points. The battle points are located at the bottom. And like this card is a battle points of 4. This is battle points of 2. And this one is a battle point also of 4. So this setup right here would actually work as a created character. So the way you call out your character's name, and this is the cheesy Power Ranger-y fun of it. This is VT Red Sound Eagle. Super cheesy.
Wow.
It's awesome.
No, that's dope.
I wish there were sound effects. It's like a
And that's
car.
where it's like, yeah, oh my gosh, if I could add sound effects to the cards or something. Wait till the digital. I mean, if there's a digital.
Oh, if
version.
right, maybe. Wink,
If.
wink,
Maybe,
wink,
maybe.
wink.
Wink. Yes. So when you build your character, the thing you want to pay attention to are this not only the battle points to create the character, but the stats they represent. Now, your hero represents your physical attack cards. For example, VT Red can use attack cards up to level 4. Each one of the cards, like the action cards, tell you what type of card it is, what kind of types it beats, and what level the card is. So, for example, this is a level 1. This is a level 1 power card, and it beats attack cards. So power cards beat attack cards. On the cards, they tell you what they do. Like attack cards beat intelligence. Intelligence beats like defense and power, and so forth. If you both play the same type of card, whichever card has the higher level wins. If they happen to both be the same type of card and the same level, then they cancel each other out, just like fireballs in Street Fighter.
Okay.
If you throw a regular fireball and I throw a super fireball, my super fireball is going to beat your regular fireball and then hit you. But if we both throw super fireballs, they're going to hit and then just disappear.
So what happens if one fireball is stronger than the other? Then it goes
Is that
through
with
like
a
an
power
EX?
card, I guess.
Yep, just like that. Yep, exactly.
Okay.
Now, we both built characters, and like I said, we're doing a randomized deck of sharing just one deck. We're trying to show you an example of how the game can be played with just one starter deck. I created a character, VT Gray, Lightning Tiger, and Dante is VT Green, Water Wolf.
Wow.
Ooh,
Lightning Tiger.
I like Water
Wolf.
Wolf. Water Wolf.
Right? It sounds like, if you're into like all that Sentai stuff, it really sounds cool. Like,
Yeah.
No,
outside of that, you sound like a dork.
no, but it's pretty dope.
The truth is, everyone's a dork secretly.
Yeah.
Facts. So when you buy this, you do not get the playmat. Playmat and add-on decks are sold separately, as well as the mini helmets. This I got from Amazon.
Hey.
All right, so what you do, you have to have 40 action cards. They are on the left of your stat cards. These 3 character cards are known as your stat cards. Then you have your action cards. You take 5 from your action cards, and then you look at your hand, and you look at the cards, and you try to see if you can play those cards. Like, and here's a quick thing to remind, like, how this plays. I can only do up to level 2 attack cards with this card. I can do up to level 2 defensive cards. And I can do up to level 2 power cards.
Okay.
Now for intelligence cards, you add up the 3 intelligence stats underneath.
Okay.
So I can do up to a level 4 intelligence card.
Okay. So is that all right? Intelligence is the only one that you can add up.
All of
Yes.
them.
Okay.
Yeah. Because underneath each one, it has the stat for that card and then an intelligence point.
The symbolism behind that is dope because it's like you gain knowledge.
Right. Knowledge over brawn.
And no, I did that as an actual balance so that people who play certain like fighting games, they like more physical characters, or they like characters that do a lot more specials, or
Right.
ones like defensive characters, or they want to use a lot of intelligence. Because intelligence cards are boosters. You can upgrade yourself. You can actually downgrade your opponent. So you can like weaken them so that their levels are so low they can't play certain cards. So it like handicaps them. The other thing is, if you run, you can, when you go through your hand, you start off with 5 cards in your hand. If you wanted to, you don't like what's in your hand, you can actually discard them. And then you pick up another. You always have to start off with 5 cards in your hand.
Right.
But be careful on how many cards you use, because your 40 action cards represent your stamina. So if you run out of 40 cards and say your opponent still has cards to play, they can just hit you for free.
That's so cool.
Because you're just out of breath. It's like being dizzy in the game. And some of the like Dragon Ball games, they actually have a stamina bar where if you expel too much like key energy, your character gets exhausted. I took that idea and put into this game.
That's
Genius.
dope. Yeah.
That's really cool.
So we're going to go into a match, and I'll just kind of walk you through while we play. All right, so we both look at our cards, and always pay attention to your levels, because if you play a card that's higher than the levels that you have, it's considered a voided card. So if your opponent gets like pretty much a free hit.
Wow.
So the rock, paper, scissors aspect of the game is right here. We both pick a move. You put it face down, then you flip, and then you look at the cards. I'm trying to make sure you guys can see this. That's why it's also color coded.
Nice.
The intelligence card beats defense and power cards. This is a power card. So this card beat this card. So
Okay.
he tried to do a totem rush, but I beat him with an upgrade.
With my knowledge.
With my knowledge. Exactly. And I actually did put like philosophy behind this. Intelligence can outsmart someone that's defensive and someone that uses just plain like weapons and power.
Right.
But if someone just goes up to you and just rushes you with a quick hit, like an attack, you ain't got time to think about things. You're just gonna get punched in the mouth.
Exactly.
So there's
Very
actually like
cool.
a philosophy like put to the game.
You know, look what got, look what being smart got you.
Right.
The
right,
cunning.
Right. So this card gets put in the discard pile. This card says it's an in-play card. These are cards that you can activate. You can only have 2 in-play cards at a time. So I activated this card because I won the exchange.
Okay.
Now this says I have +2 attack. So now my level 2 attack for VT Gray is now a level 4. So now I can play the really stronger level 4 cards as long as this stays in play. Now we re-up again. Make sure you have 5 cards in your hand. Ooh, I'm going to discard cards right now so that I can find better cards in my hand. All right. I'm actually going through a lot of cards right now. I shouldn't be doing that, but you know, sometimes
So you don't have to use everything you pick up. Sort of like a pick and play sort of thing. You can put the ones you don't want to the side.
You put them in the discard pile. So
Okay.
you can't retrieve them. Now, there are specialty cards that are for like super high intelligence characters or setups. There's a card called Backup where you can actually retrieve 1 card from your discard pile. But I don't have that.
Well, not yet.
So I picked a card. I put it face down. He's going to go through a card. And we haven't actually like done any damage to each other just yet. So then we flip. He tried to do a defensive move, like dive out of the way, but that's fine because I wanted to raise my intelligence. This card beats this card. The intelligence beats defense. So I put this in my in-play card. Now I add up all my intelligence. I'm now at a level 5 intelligence, which means I can play really crazy level 5 intelligence cards. All right. So I put a card face down. And then we flip. I tried to do a tricky defensive card. He actually beat it with an intelligence card. So I put mine in discard. He now can lower my defense level by 1.
Nice.
So he'll put that in his in-play. Now my level 2 defense card ruins me, so I can only play up to level 1 defense cards. So now I'm like, oh, I better have some level 1 defense cards in here or I'm stuck. So now I'm trying to do my thing here. We flip again. Now we both played the same type of card. Mind you, none of this has been scripted. We both played the same type of card, both intelligence card. His card is a level 2. My card is a level 3. My card, since it's a higher level, wins. And what mine was is a remove all in-play cards. So that card that downgraded me, he now has to remove it and put in his discard pile. So now my defense levels are back up to the beginning.
That's smart.
Right. Should be here, like, and he puts the card down. What he's gonna do? What he's gonna do? Oh, it's a level 3. It's a level 3. I think he won. Like,
don't listen now.
Do you need any commentators?
Right, you need commentators.
No, we actually have that on our YouTube channel. We have matches with various streamers on the J1 Studios YouTube channel. There's VT Hero matches where we have green screen too.
Hey, little twang to that sentence.
Little fancy.
Right. Oh, now here's another perfect example. We both played the same type of card, and they're the same level. That cancels out. We both were trying to do a combo. Because you can do combos like Marvel vs. Capcom, where you can launch someone in the air and do a series of moves.
Nice.
But because we both did the same thing, it canceled out. I'm really trying to get a hit in here, and like it's really about playing.
Yeah, we would definitely. After we do the demo, I would love to see you guys just rip through it.
Yeah, I want to do like this is a presentation match, so I'm showing how every move, not every move, but how most moves work, and then I'll show you how quickly a match can like pop off and like. Okay, so his intelligence card beat my power card. So, and I can actually use this, which I am using, for the graphic novel. This is going to be, the matches will be the choreography for the graphic novel. So
it's going to be so cool.
So if you look at it, I tried to throw a spear at him, but then he took flight. So, like, I could draw that out in the story.
Yeah.
So he won that exchange, and it's an in-play card, and it adds to his intelligence. So now he can play higher intelligence cards.
Wow.
This is how this game be. This is how this game be. So now I'm gonna see if I can get grown on him real quick. Now I kind of want to show off.
Oh, you want to get flashy?
So yeah, that's why I'm going through my cards real quick. I want to see what I can do.
So I noticed that you both are discarding. So you guys are like kind of throwing a turn on each other.
Yeah, how many cards can you discard?
As many as you want. That's
Okay.
the risk. That's the risk of running out of your. This is your stamina.
Okay.
You can only play with 40 cards, so you got to be careful. You can't keep running out because you're like, oh, if you run out and he still has like a card that does damage, or has cards that do damage, he can just keep punching me. It's literally like a boxing match, like where you run out of steam, and then you're like, oh.
Right.
And
Can't swing
do you only discard during your turn, or you can do it while you're waiting?
You can do it anytime before you put a card down.
Okay.
And then you pick up a new card to like bring back to your 5 only until after the exchange is done.
Right. So when you refresh your play,
Right.
your play turn. Okay.
Exactly. All right, I'm trying to do something cool. Let me see if I can. All right, you know what? Yeah, let's just do this. Flip it over. So he tried to, oh, wow, good move. He tried to hit me with what's known as a totem hold, where his wolf would have held me down and then he could combo into that. But I played an intelligence card that's known as Illusion that allows me to play any attack card from my hand as long as it's within my current level status. So it works like a combo. So he tried to attack me with his totem. I made an illusion and got around him. And then I punched him in the head. So he loses 7. So he's now down to 18.
All right. The first hit of the match.
The first hit of the match.
Right.
I know,
And
like
these
about time.
these attack and power cards, they're specific to the characters, or it's just any character and with the same level can use them?
Any character with the same level. Visually, I tried to attach the levels to a character that's based on those levels. So characters who have like level 1 stats are in the level 1 cards. And then like the higher, stronger moves are done by the characters who actually can pull off those stronger moves. So it's just like a visual thing, but anybody can use any of the action cards as long as it's within your current level status.
Awesome.
Like now I can use level 4 cards because I have this upgrade. Let me see. So we flip. Now we both played a defense card, but my defense card is a level 2, which is a combo card, and it's an elemental aerial launch. So technically, I launched them in the air with my lightning, and I can play any card in my stats. So I'm gonna actually play this upgrade, upgrade of my power. So when you have already 2 in your set, you have to choose which one you want to get rid of, or you don't use it if you don't want to. I want to get rid of this intelligence card and replace it with the upgrade of power. So now I have a level 3 power. Oh, and this defense card actually does a little bit of damage. It does -2 damage.
Oh, wow.
So.
Oh, nice. So defense can, because that's what would happen in a real battle. If you're hitting someone and they're blocking you, you're kind of still hurting yourself a little bit. So that's pretty cool.
Right. You're still able to, that way someone who wants to play with a heavily defensive or a heavy intelligence character, they can still do some type of damage.
So you can swap out your in-play cards, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I don't know what I'm doing here. Here we go. We flip it over. He went to go and do an illusion, but I did a hammer punch and knocked him out of his illusion because attack cards beat intelligence cards.
Nice.
So he is now -8.
Oh, no. It's getting intense.
And you always
Will
want to
Jason
try.
get a perfect?
Right?
I know, I'm
Jason trying to get a
perfect
perfect out
hammer.
here.
Like-
You better fight back. Ain't no
letting him.
perfects in this house.
Right?
There's no perfects in this house.
I don't want to embarrass him in this house.
No, I tell you right now, playing fighting games with my oldest brother, he he'll try to get the perfect on me, and like I know that I'm gonna lose, but you don't let them land a perfect on you.
A moral victory. You just give me like one quick hit just to get that moral victory. Like,
yeah, it's satisfying that way. Like if you can lay one hit, that means he is beatable, just not today.
It's like,
yeah.
not today.
Do you bleed? You know.
Exactly.
Exactly. So we have about 5 more minutes left before we get to the middle mark.
Yeah.
And then we'll do like a live action, like.
After this, we'll jump right into like an actual fast-paced match, just so that people can see how the game plays.
Right? It's like, let's get ready to rumble.
And we flip, and we both did a defensive card at the same time, but mine happens to be a level 2. But this card is a combo card, but I can only combo with an intelligence card. And so I'm going to swap out my +1 power and play my +2 power. So we start the cards. So now I can play up to level 4 power cards.
Slaughterhouse.
Right? Like, so now I am running out of cards at this point.
Exactly, because you annihilated people. You get
You're
tired.
trying to get fancy, and you're taking the
Your
energy
stamina
out.
is running out.
Exactly. I'm sitting here just like I'm doing too much. Like,
That's what happens when, when you're playing online and you're wailing on someone, and oh wait, go ahead.
oh, here you go. He wanted to downgrade. He would have removed all my defense abilities, but I gave him a quick knee to the gut, which is also a combo card. So he's -3.
Oh.
And I can play any card in my hand as long as it's within my level status. I will do a jumping uppercut that's level 3,
Oh, okay.
Sure you can.
Oh, okay.
which is -9.
-9.
Damn! Look at him, like
My bride.
my guts.
But
And I was able to pull it off right before I ran out of cards. Literally had 2 cards left in my deck.
Right?
oh my goodness.
Finish him. Like
Follow him.
All we had took it from.
Yeah, right? You would have been able to take me
Yeah,
out.
you would have tired out. And that would have been it.
Oh wow.
I can't wait for
The digital, right? That's not coming soon, but coming soon.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Right?
I don't- And if I was to do a digital one, it would have a story mode, like an arcade
Ooh.
mode, with story for
Hey.
each one of the characters.
Of course.
yeah,
Because because
sort
the
of
story
like an
is,
arcade.
right.
Right.
Because the story is this is an actual video game, like a super popular video game in the future. It is a virtual game. I pretty much took Matrix, Ready Player One, Tron, and put all that together. Like,
And some of
That's
the
how
some
great
of the
stories
main
are made.
characters are actual people.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah, he
Like
was
real
showing that
people.
picture earlier with the characters side by side with the people they were inspired by.
yeah, that was part of the Kickstarter. I did a thing on the Kickstarter where it was the highest level backing. You got a helmet, like the actual wearable helmet. I don't know if you can grab that helmet over there, Dante.
This little guy.
Yeah, you get an actual wearable helmet that's measured to your measurements. They send you instructions
wow.
to get your thing measured,
That's cool.
and you actually have like a wearable helmet. You get the mini helmet, you get the game, you get all the add-on packs, you get a play mat, you get the soundtrack. Then you also your name, your actual government or whatever you choose it to be, and your likeness becomes one of the main characters of your choice in the game.
oh my goodness. You know what? I want a special VT Heroes character now. I want a VT District Hero.
District Heroes.
Yeah. And it could be
So, but
like
no,
twin.
that's what it was. Is like you don't get to like. It's not like you necessarily create the character,
right.
but you pick which VT hero you control. So for example, there's one of the guys, Mark. He bought VT Black, which is a female character. So when he plays himself in the story,
Right.
but when it's time for battle, when he like logs in, you know, we have like special visors over there, stuff like that. When he logs in, he is
As a female character.
right, just like when you play
playing fighting game. Yeah.
Yeah, if you play as Chun-Li and you're a guy, Chun-Li doesn't become a dude, you know? So
I mean, most guys would like her thighs. Those just excuse me.
I mean, I would like her thighs. I mean, she's got big hands too. Like
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Street Fighter likes
Oh my
to draw.
God, there's this
big hands.
cosplayer. She is so gorgeous, but she's brolic, and she does Chun-Li cosplay, and it's like, it's so good, like, cause her legs are as big as the characters, and her
oh, I
arms
know
and
who you're talking
everything.
about.
Yeah.
She did the black dress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so good. I'm a little intimidated. I was like, oh my gosh, she's so big.
Yeah.
But like not like OD, but oh my god, she did the costume justice. She did it justice.
Yeah. I was absolutely fine with it. I was,
He was like, I loved it. All the poses, everything.
yeah. I support the movement.
Yes.
All right? So we're gonna pick a different set of VT heroes. We're gonna build our own. You know, like a new set, new element, new everything, and the game's gonna play different.
Yeah. Because I was wondering, do the elements come into play when it comes to like the fighting cards or the power cards, like, or the elements can go with any of the power fighting cards?
Yeah, the elements themselves don't do a specific effect. Like because you have water and I have fire, that's gonna do more damage to me specifically. It's just a visual representation of the levels. So
Gotcha.
when you're doing a move, just imagine your character is using that element.
Okay.
So you don't have an advantage if you use a specific element, unless you're thinking about the stats.
Okay.
I'm doing a terrible job shuffling these because I just want to jump right into the next match. Just to give you an example of what a quick match would be. I didn't even split it up to do like the proper 40 because you actually get 96 action cards.
Right.
Because with the set, you buy this, it is $29.99, you know, with shipping and handling. You get 123 cards in the set.
Ooh.
If anybody knows anything about card games, $30 for 123 cards.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's not bad at all.
Because you're using. Can people buy the individuals as well? If once they have the game, they could just buy pieces of it. Nice.
Ta-da.
Well,
You don't
that
get-
could have been in
you
the
don't
box.
You don't get the stat cards that comes with your starter deck, but as you make a custom deck, because there was a lot of cards we were discarding because they were outside of our level range.
Right.
You have your own deck. You can customize your 40 action cards to be exactly what cards in that deck you want it to be. And sometimes you may want doubles or triples of a specific card. So that's where
Right.
coming in and buying the add-ons come into play. Like say you want more power cards, like more level 1 or level 2 power cards. So then you would just buy the extra pack because it gives you one of every power card in the deck, which is 24 cards in each one of these add-ons.
Nice.
And they go for $10 or $9.99.
That's not bad at all. That's
Not
a great
bad.
deal. What about the play mats? Like, what is the pricing on that?
The play mats run, I believe, they're around $25. I don't know if it's $25.99 or $24.99. Right now, I kind of forgot the
And
exact
from the looks
price.
of
But-
here, they definitely look.
They look
Like,
durable. Like, what is the
durable,
material
official.
of the?
And,
Oh yeah,
and
it is like your typical
Play.
foam, poly.
Nice.
Polymethane. What is it called? Yeah, polymethylene. Methane. I forgot the name of it. It's not methylene. Is it? I can't remember. I've been traveling and on the road like nonstop. But yeah, they're durable. They last for quite a very long time. They take a good beating. They actually have a black foam rubber grip to the bottom. The art is digitally printed on the material.
Very
It is the
official.
same material as the play mats you get for Magic the Gathering and all that stuff. And they come with the placement so you understand where you should put your cards.
Which is awesome.
Very cool. It is so clean. Like,
Which color should I play with?
ooh.
We did red
It's
before,
red.
We
right?
did red. Yellow.
Red?
Yeah, let's do yellow.
Oh. Okay, now is the argument. Is it red or yellow? Here we go.
Yellow.
Oh, yellow? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We
I'll go with
yellow.
Mellow yellow.
Now, what's your favorite element?
Ooh. Well, water for me.
Fire.
Wow. This is you guys.
Oh, so lightning. That's a middle ground. What about lightning? Do you have lightning? That's
Yeah,
middle.
that was
Sort of
what I
like
just
rain
asked.
related.
Like, that's who I used just last time. was
Oh,
lightning.
yeah.
So let's do. All right.
All right. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot.
This works for the game
Okay.
because it is based on
Fire.
rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, you missed. We
you
did it
just-
already.
You want to try again? You want?
You're doing it.
All
Okay,
right.
ready? Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot.
Rock, paper, scissors, says shoot. Rock,
Asshole.
paper, Again?
The same thing. So, yes, fire.
Fire. Okay.
That's what
So
we
we're
got
at
last
fire.
time. Literally the same order.
All right. Now I'm going to give you options because now we have 2 battle points for the hero, 4 battle points for your element. So we would need to have 4 points for your totem.
Ooh,
So you have these are the 4-point
I like the tiger.
point totem cards.
You like the
You have
tiger?
a lion, a bear, an eagle, and a tiger.
I think he had the tiger, right? The
Yeah.
last one. So
Yeah.
let's do bear, I guess.
We're gonna put bear in there. All right.
There's been a lot of bears in our.
Yeah, I'm working on a design right now that has a bear.
Okay, I didn't know where this conversation was going. I didn't know.
Sorry.
yeah.
No.
I
We're
just
talking
real-
about art.
I
We're
ju-
talking about clients.
We just realized.
That also does not help with this conversation because I don't know, like with your clientele is like your clients. Everybody's got bears and cubs.
Like
I
what
don't know
kind of
what's going on.
clientele?
Yeah, I don't know how. I don't know what y'all do over there in district.
We hustle, all right?
work.
Don't worry
Yeah,
about
I'm
what
part of
kind of
that.
We work.
hustle. Don't worry about
We
what
work,
kind
sir.
of hustle. We get to work.
So, yeah, don't worry about the details. I get
Exactly.
it.
Just know the money is coming. The money is
Right there,
coming.
you go. You eating? All right, then don't worry.
Exactly. We eating. Everybody eating.
So right now we're gonna do a quick match of this is VT Yellow Fire Bear versus VT White Shadow Shark.
Hey.
Shadow Shark.
I know that sounds really awesome.
Shadowy.
Oh, card fell loose. But it doesn't matter because I was gonna discard that card anyway. Because
All right.
I only have 2 intelligence, but I have a level 4 power card, which that's deadly. Once you have 4 and above in anything, you're gonna do a lot of whatever that is. It gets crazy.
Right.
Yesterday.
So I'm trying to build. Oh, let me get rid of that card. That was nuisance. And this is where stuff like having your own custom deck, you don't
Comes
have
in
to
handy.
do stuff like discard cards. And pay attention to your opponent's stats because they can kind of lead you to understand how their play style is. You know, if they have a lot of attack or a lot of power or a lot of defense, you could be like, all right, they might try to do something with that.
Right. It's sort of like playing against someone in Street Fighter. Like they pick Balrog, they're definitely going to be like a very defensive, chargeable character to play against you. And
Right.
you have to figure out how to go around that. Yeah, that's dope.
I'm gonna play this one because I want to learn about this card. It's actually very important.
All right, so we're gonna go through these quickly, but here's a card. We're gonna play this. Now this card wins because they're both intelligence cards, but my card was a level 1, his was a level 5. Oh, you have more than enough points for that. So this is a risk times 2. What this is, if you know anything about fighting games, you get that tech bonus for first hit in almost every fighting game. That's what this is. This now, just in case you feel like you want to be risky, which that is, first person to hit someone with an attack card or a power card, that card damage gets doubled. So this helps out for characters who have like a lower attack or a lower power. So if they hit you, it's doubled, so it has a little more oomph to it. But the big risk is you could get hit too. So now, I'm definitely changing up my whole strategy now that this card is on the table. And I'm looking for cards to fight with. All right, let me try and mix this up. Wait a minute. All right, running through some cards. I'm desperate.
Now, this assumes that the card wins.
And this card only gets activated if it wins on the initial exchange. You can't activate a card in your in-play area, like a combo or anything, until your card actually wins. This is not working out with me right now.
See, that's what you get for showboating the first time.
Yeah.
I know, right? Like I'm
Karma.
He's definitely hot dogging.
Karma.
Oh man. Oh, this is what is happening with this hand. Like, oh my stars. Like I shouldn't have done this. I shouldn't have done this. Let me make sure I'm right here. See how desperate I am?
He's dropping like 3 or 4 cards.
Yo, I'm really throwing them down. Like, I'm really going through it here. All right, okay.
That's crazy.
Okay.
I
All
just
right.
picture your character running around in a circle like, what do I do? What do I do?
Right. Oh my god.
Where do I go? What do I do?
No, you know what it is? It'd be those anime scenes in Dragon Ball where only a second has passed, but it's a whole episode of the character like
Thinking
Yes.
to himself.
thinking to
Yes.
himself. Right.
A big filler.
And it's like, what do the other people do while he's doing that? Do they have a picnic?
Right.
Like,
They're usually in the air about to punch the person.
yeah.
Like,
Also having their own
Conversations
in their head, which is probably the next episode.
Right.
What are they thinking?
No,
right.
and some of them
And that would
came
be-
to see
that
them
would be
because
the
they're
next
not the main.
Right?
That would be like on the next Dragon Ball Z. Like, you
Right.
know.
What was he thinking about?
So here's an example, a perfect example of what went down. That risk card is still in play because we both did a defensive card. It only gets discarded after an attack or power card is used. He tried to do a launcher, which is a level 1, a level 1 defense card. I played a level 2 defensive card. So my card wins. So he discards his card. My card is a combo card.
Yeah.
He was thinking the same thing, though. He was going to combo into an attack or a power card. I can play an attack card. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this level 1, because I can only use level 1 attack cards. I'm going to play this level 1 attack card, which is combo card. That's -4, but now because of this, it's -8.
Damn.
Wow.
You see, that's why you throwing that on them cards.
Yep.
Trying to be a
Right.
savage.
So now, here's the thing.
Get back. He's going to keep going.
Oh, yeah, we're going to put it back. It's not over yet.
He's going to keep going.
Oh, wow.
To jump, I jumped over him, punched him in the gut. This is also a combo card. So then I'm going to knee him in the gut, which is also a combo card.
Oh, wow. Is there a
Which-
limit?
Whatever's in your hand.
Oh,
Your combo,
wow.
you can only max out at 5 cards. So
Wow.
this card is also a combo card where I can play any card as long as it's within my levels. So I play a totem hold to hold him down with my bear,
This poor
which
fish.
is also a combo card.
The poor fish.
And because I'm a level 4, I shoot him with my machine gun.
Ah,
What
what
I'm not
is
going to add that up 'cause I think
this?
that's past 25.
That's my
No, it may. Oh, all right. So
Wow.
that's 3. That's 11.
It's not
This
even
is
right.
6. That's 17. And then with the 9, that's 26. I literally like
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is a super combo finish.
Oh my gosh. You
was
need to
going on double,
screenshot
though.
Yes,
this.
the only one with double was the first attacker power card.
That's insane.
Only, and that's how that works. So literally, I jumped over him, punched him in the gut, kneed him in the gut, had my bear hold him down, then I shot him with a machine gun.
Wow.
You use a double.
The
strong
visuals.
gun
He
punch, and then you
literally
get the
just
rest.
had like an infinite combo.
Nothing.
Yeah, right.
Nothing.
The Marvel
Well,
vs. Capcom players, man.
Infinite combo with
We want
no
to make sure
reset.
that's on
I was
camera.
about to
just
say,
played
so it's
real-
not like the fighting games where you could charge up. You could literally attack someone like bloody murder on the first maybe 2 turns.
Well,
Yeah,
insane.
if you
Yeah.
set up, you saw how I ran through my
Yeah.
deck. It was like a risky move. But
So
once
you
I
went-
saw that he played that risk card, I wanted to set my hand up to see if I could do something really like devastating.
And so pretty
That's
much what you did
insane.
was just went overhead, and then you went like low kick, a second low kick, and then you just held them down with a grapple,
Yoga
and then,
fire.
and then a projectile.
Oh man.
Yeah, I just like literally expelled everything. I was getting rid of cards because I wanted to set up a whole combo to see if
So
I
we learning strategies. We
Yeah.
learning strategies. But you're saying when you do set up your own deck, assuming the person you're playing with has their own deck, how does that work? Like when you're playing with someone who doesn't have their own deck, do you just sort of hoard all the good cards and then you give them
And-
what's left?
But see, that's the thing. That's where the marketing aspect of it falls into play, because what we just did here was sharing one starter deck.
Right.
But when you want to have your own deck, so you can make your own
Exactly.
custom deck. When you play against somebody, if you have to share a deck, it has to be random, because that way you're not hoarding all the good cards.
Exactly.
Right.
So if somebody doesn't have their own deck, you'd be like, all right, look, we'll do it random now, but you got to go pick up your own deck so that you can battle.
Right.
Right? Because it was like.
And this is actually good we had this game, because it just goes to show how you have a drawn out game, but you can also have one combo and just take you right out.
Right.
And you saw how
like-
quick the match went.
Cause and it's awesome because we saw like 2 different strategies. One strategy is like use what you have, and the other one's like, no, I'm gonna find what I want. Like,
Right.
Right, exactly.
And
Oh,
you just know how to just play it through.
That-
And depending on, but what would have happened if he would have stopped that combo?
Can
Dead
he have
from there.
stopped that combo?
He would have had to beat my exchange, the
In the
initial
beginning.
exchange.
Right.
Right. Because I won. I couldn't do this combo unless I would have won with this card in the initial exchange.
Right.
Okay.
And I saw, and he almost was going for the same strategy, but he could only play up because he's using Shadow. He could only play up to level 1 defensive cards. I had Fire, which can do up to 3. I was able to find a nice level 2 card that does a combo. Because
Okay.
I wanted to link into. I knew not to play an attack card right off the bat, because sometimes you set yourself up. Like if I know that this risk card's in play, I'm like, I'm gonna start off at least defensive, because you can still hit somebody and take damage with a defensive card,
Right.
and this risk card doesn't go anywhere because it has to be a power or an attack card that gets doubled. So it was just like in a lot of the Marvel vs. Capcom games. This was a setup. I did like a launcher so that I could get the combo going. Like in most fighting games, you need that start off hit to make a combo.
Right.
This was my start off hit, and then I set up my combo, and my super finish was the machine gun.
Insane. Super finish.
Even though I played it, I paid for it.
Yeah, and that's why it's called a risk. Is literally called risk. This is risk times 2.
Right.
There's actually a risk times 3 card in the deck. So the move is tripled, like the damage is tripled.
This sounds so cool.
Yeah, no, definitely got to get
I can't wait
See,
for.
I was telling
I
you
can't wait for.
that I
this.
wanted to get a starter pack. You was like, later. I was like, no, I need it now.
What was
For
the card?
reasons
what was the
we
card
said
that you
later.
played?
It was
Right?
the defense card.
Yeah,
Was-
I'm gonna show you an example of how I'm actually writing the graphic novel out.
It was aerial
All right.
launcher. Level 1.
So it was like a level 1 either
Yep,
slide
that
or that one.
Yeah, it was that one.
So in the graphic novel, VT White would have tried to do like an aerial launch, which is like just like a standing uppercut launcher. You've seen those in like the Marvel versus games.
Right.
But what VT Yellow did was jump over VT White, and then when he got behind him, he turned him around, punched him in the gut. Then he kneed him in the gut. Then his bear came out and held him down.
Yep.
And finally, he pulls out his machine gun. He's like, "This is for my brother." But you see how
Annihilation.
but you see how it's like choreographed itself.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
I purposefully did that. Like physically, like you always know, like attack cards are hand-to-hand moves. They're always like hand-to-hand CQC moves. I'm sorry, like close quarter combat. Like
Right. No,
um,
see, like
moves.
if you're fighting game savvy, you definitely would be able to see what was
Right.
just laid out because I saw it and I was like, ooh.
And even me, I'm not really fighter game savvy. I'm more of a visitor. And even as a visitor, the game is pretty easy to follow, especially with the coming soon attraction of the point counter that they will be including in their package in the future.
Oh.
I'm
Like,
claiming
you
everything.
really-
I'm claiming everything.
Wow. Like,
That's another thing that will be designed.
it's called paper and pencil.
He's like, no, you guys have to physically do it. But
Yeah.
no, this is really cool.
Yeah, this was
I
definitely.
especially like the intelligence cards because most times it's just like pure brawn. But no, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's a lot of a very popular character is VT Purple. She has 0 attack, but if you use her, most of the time your intelligence or your defense or something else gets like super buffed up.
That's cool.
So there's a lot of people who like using her because the intelligence cards and defensive cards are tricky cards. Like the
Right.
high level defense cards, there's healing abilities. So you can take a lot of damage and then heal yourself up.
That was me yesterday.
Yeah, right. With intelligence cards, you can upgrade yourself. You can downgrade your opponent. There's certain cards where you can steal your opponent's stat card. So like there's one where
Ooh, you
say,
talking
like-
Uno terms.
Yep.
right. So there would be a situation where you may start off as one and you'd have the swap card, and then now I'm VT White and you're VT Yellow. So now
That's
you have
cool.
those stats. Now I have these awesome stats. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like-
what about the points? Would they still apply?
Ooh, is there a
Oh,
point
battle
swapping
like
card?
your
battle
life
and
points,
all
I
that
mean.
stuff. Yeah, they're active. Win that. So like, if we switch stat cards, I gain those abilities.
Oh, okay.
And now the
So-
attack cards that follow with it.
Right.
level,
Like I
yeah.
now, if I swapped out with VT White, we both of these have an attack level of 1, but VT White has an intelligence of 3, while VT Yellow has an intelligence of 1. So if I switch out, now my intelligence level added up is 4. So now I've like made myself a little OP.
Right. Now, so it's sort of like a Captain Ginyu situation.
Yep, man, I told you, I took all the elements from all the stuff that I like grew up watching and playing and all that stuff. That card literally is the Captain Ginyu card.
Yep.
Like, this is one of them. This is the swap power stats.
Yep.
So we would swap totems if I wanted to activate it.
See, that's
And the
why
only
I
way to
asked.
get your totem back is to have one of those same
It's like
cards.
all you're missing
back.
now is a reverse card.
Yep.
You have a swap card.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
You have a reverse
Hold on.
card?
Hold on.
Hey, I called it. So a little bit of
Right,
Uno.
right, right.
There's a little bit of Uno going on in this game, I see.
Oh, I have
No.
it over here. I have
Is
it
this
over here.
reverse card instant or is it?
There's that one. I'll show you. There's. Let me grab the.
Cool.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. This is the reversal card. Can you see that? Does that come up?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So how this card works is you reverse your opponent's move against them. So whatever card was being used against this card that lost, the exchange, gets bounced back at that opponent, at your opponent.
Very cool.
So if somebody was using a high attack or high power card, or even a combo card, now you can link off that combo and the effects of what that combo does.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, we're breaking up a little.
We're having a little technical difficulties.
How about now?
Who, him or us?
Well,
Well, we actually, can you log out and log back in? Okay.
All right.
Hey, okay.
Yeah,
It sounds
all right,
good. There we
all
go.
right.
There we go.
Oh, technology. Sometimes those signals get wonky.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but like this is how the game plays. You have even trickier cards, like swap life points. For those heavily defensive characters, you can take a beating, and at the very end, just swap out life points so that now they have the 1 or 2 life points left.
This is awesome. So we have a few minutes left. With these last few minutes, tell the people where they can find you, social media. Tell them where they can get the game, and also to subscribe to the YouTube.
Yeah. You can find us on Instagram as VT Heroes. Remember, it's OES. I noticed some people don't put the E at the end. So it's OES. You guys did it fine. You guys.
Yes.
Awesome.
We pay attention.
And then you're right. And then you can go on the J1 Studios YouTube channel and find recorded matches between different streamers. And we have a multi-camera system, so literally you can watch the reactions from the players and all that stuff. There's also commentary from other streamers, including myself sometimes, depending on who's in the match. So yeah, there's so much to this game. There's more to come. This is only series 1 out of 4 series that are interchangeable throughout the game, with new VT heroes, new elements, new moves, all kinds of stuff.
So cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. But thank you very much, Jason. Thank you very much.
This was awesome.
Yeah, displaying VT Heroes
And coming
for
to
us.
talk to us.
Can't wait to see
Yeah,
more
thank
soon.
you. Thank you so much for the opportunity,
Awesome.
All right, so we're gonna take a quick break
Yep.
and check to see on our next Ooh, I'm so excited.
Which
Our
is-
craftsman, it's going to be Rocco, correct?
Yep,
Adventure
Rocco
Rolling
Rolling.
will be doing an awesome demo for you guys. Stay tuned.
It's a good set.
Yeah, we're
Okay, everybody, how's it going? We're back, and
Thank you.
no problem.
Just fixing my phone, but hi, we're back.
All right, so did you guys? We certainly did.
Awesome. They were so awesome.
All right, so now we're gonna go on to the next, the next guest,
Yes.
which Rocco.
Yes, Adventure Rolling, professional glass craftsman. You guys are in for a treat.
So get ready for some kick glass action.
What?
Yeah, kick glass.
Kick glass. Okay. And yes, let's bring them in.
All right.
Okay. Set that up. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the second DistrictCon. I am super excited to be back. Thank you, Jody and Sean, for having me back. I will be doing a pipe demo today. I've done some steps. I am not a teacher. I'm really not. I'm not a good teacher. But I consider myself at least a green belt in this glass industry. And I've at least done some steps that we're going to follow. So I'm going to be making one of my re-wig pipes. It's one of the things that I post on my page a lot. And these are the steps we're going to do. We're just going to take a piece of tubing, we're going to twist and blow it out, we're going to change the axis, we're going to stretch it back to a blank, we're going to wigwag it, and then we're going to shape it into accent it. And I'll be revisiting this because I am caffeinated and ready to kick some ass. So first things first, I figured to give you a little look behind the curtain. In this glass world, we buy both tubing that is hollow, but mixed with a bunch of colors. And they call this a backstack. We also buy it in rods, in both clear and color. And today I'll be using a chunk of this backstack tubing. That's what I'm starting off with. So let me clear this mess out of the way so we can get started. Safety first, cleanliness. These things prevent injury. Where did I put my glasses? There. Okay. Okay. So I have a chunk of this Candyland made by Colorado Color Company. It's got a nice little rainbow backed by a sparkly green and a white. And considering Pride Month, I figured this is the last color I had with some rainbow in it, and I figured this would be fun to use. So let's get started. The type of glass that I'm using is borosilicate. It is a little bit different than soda lime glass, which if anyone has seen the show Blown Away on Netflix, that is a different type of glass. One of the best ways I've heard it put was that they heat their glass up and wait for it to cool enough to where they can manipulate the shape and such, where we heat it up to the point where we can manipulate it. So it's kind of like we're on two different ends of the temperature spectrum and we meet in the middle like that. I've never tried soda lime glass. If anyone has, I'd love to hear about your experience. I've seen plenty of it, and I think it's really exciting in a, I don't know, in a way that when I go to a foreign country and I get to see a different culture, it's really cool. Just closing up that hole, checking that out real quick. All right, so now we're gonna twist this bad boy up. So in trying to do this demo, I've given it a couple shots, and normally my phone decided to shut down from the heat. It's been a past couple hot days, so a couple of the friends and I, we all pooled it, and hopefully I found the solution, which is a gigantic piece of glass from a table in front of my phone. A lot of times in glass, what you're trying to do is chase a base even temperature throughout the project, so you can get a good equivalent amount of movement throughout it to make it nice and even. Think of a cup. You want that nice smooth bubble. So temperatures in different places get messy. Giving this thing some gentle spins. My right hand is a little bit quicker than my left. And once again, thank you for everyone that's tuning in. Big shout out to DistrictCon for pulling this together again. I had a wonderful time at the first one. And I can't wait for the third, even though we just started the second. I love seeing local talent pooled together. What I was doing there was just pulling off a little bit of material to terminate the end of this, so I could show you a nice clean spiral at the end of it. can see right there, there's a nice little spiral. And I'm going to do that at both ends, try and even out the wall thickness by heating up a nice big chunk of it and then blowing it out a little bit, just to make it a nice, even, what we would call a blank. And I guess that's sort of like a new, clean, what's the thing that people paint on? Either way, you get what I'm saying. It's just a nice, new, sturdy surface to start your project. So I haven't even gotten to that point yet. It's always important to keep all your lighters, especially gas-powered ones. Not so much a Zippo, but a lot of times we use a Bic instead of a fire striker, you know. And they call them bench grenades. They get real hot, and then they pop. Last little remnant to clear. I'm going to rip that off. While I'm heating this whole thing up, a lot of the tools that I'll be using, like this marber on the back of my torch and this hand paddle, as well as later on I'll be using this bowl push, all of them are made out of graphite. Same stuff in the pencils. It's one of the few materials that can not so much withstand the heat, but it just doesn't suck the heat out of the glass. like metal will suck the heat out of the glass, and you're very likely to get a crack in it from thermal stress. Start getting some wiggles in it. I got a nice even heat. Okay. Like I said, I just want to put a nice termination on each end of this. Off camera here, I have just a big saucepan filled with water. And that's where all the garbage goes, all the scrap. So now that I have them both terminated on both ends, we're gonna blow this out. We're gonna melt it all down and get a nice big sphere like a Christmas ornament. Go. Almost getting there. One of the major rules of really just melting glass is elbow down will make things kind of shrink down and reduce, and elbow up will make them elongate. And that's just by gravity. Thank you, gravity. All right, so pick it up just a little bit, make sure it really gets in there. Okay. Okay. I want to soften up this termination point right here, get that a little bit more round, because I'll explain that in the next step. Works for me. Okay. popped a little hole, and now I'm just going to open it up. And like I said, it's metal. It sucks the heat out of the project. So we have to cover it in beeswax so it doesn't stick to the project. Thankfully, I'm really only using this for a couple seconds at a time, so we should be all right. Something I'm just gonna have to get used to. You'll also see why in the next step, why I grabbed the blow tube that it was particularly long. There'll be a lot of heat involved, and I'm gonna want to keep my arms a little bit at a distance. Just like before, I really want a nice spiral, like I have on this end. So it was a little mushy. Looked like a head of broccoli, so I just wanted to finish it off in a nice spiral. I'm gonna put this in the kiln for a second. So, revisiting this, we just did the twist and the blowout, and then we changed axis. Now we're going to stretch this back out to a blank shape like it was originally. We're going to wigwag it, and then we're going to shape and accent it. I know it can seem a little bit like some craziness. So. For instance, graffiti. I gave graffiti such a hard shot in my youth. It just spoke no language to me. Couldn't do it. I envy people who can use a spray can like that. It's really cool. Okay, so back at it. And unlike before, I'm doing an elbow up because, like I said, we want to stretch this back out. And a lot of people, before I got into this, they would all use the analogy of honey, that when you get glass hot, it behaves like the thickness of honey. To me, it kind of reminds me a little bit more of soft serve ice cream sometimes. But either way, it's fun. See already, we're getting there. Nice. I like that. As this is pre-recorded, hopefully successfully, if anyone has any questions, please do not hesitate. Throw me a DM on Instagram at Adventure Rolling, one word. One of my favorite things about this glass community is that I can't really think of anybody that's ever stonewalled me with information that they had that I wanted. People have always been more than grateful, more than helpful, and I remain grateful to a lot of people who I've never met, I've never bought anything from, but they see me rocking, they see me struggling, why not give a hand? And I wish more industries were like that. So I'd like to pass that along, and if anybody is interested in this stuff or even just has some regular questions, please hit me up. Okay. So this whole time while I was yapping, all I was doing was reducing this blank, reducing it back down to a blank size that I'd like. Once again, I'm going to terminate the end, flip, and try and get some even wall thickness. And then we wig-wag. Which is honestly probably my favorite part besides shaping it. It's just cool to, do the effects part of your project, really in all mediums. Maybe not clay. When I mess around with clay, trying to get a texture sometimes was a bother. And back on that notion, if anyone is interested in getting started in the glass world, like I said, I do not teach classes, but I'm always down to help people figure out where they got to go. And I would gladly at least give suggestions on the East Coast. One place that I know of is in Long Island Glass, and the other is Digital. Paul Taylor Glass. Strongly suggest you check out their pages. Also, Revere Glass on YouTube. These are all places that I've gone to seek knowledge about this, and it's, like I said, it's an open community willing to share, and kind of just waiting for you to come and join us. Which brings me to thank you for joining us. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, District Con. Okay, so at this point, I'm switching to a different size blow tube. The last size was 12 millimeter, now I'm going down to a 10 millimeter. And it's really only because after the work we've done, we want to save more of the project. Want a good solid seal. Okay. Now if I did this right. Okay, same old story. I'm gonna shrink this size down and just chase that even wall thickness before we bang it up with all these wigwags. Same thing. I want to do a nice little termination on this end. And then I'll show you where we're at so far. Mr. Cone. All right. As you can see, I'm really starting to leak around the forehead area. It's getting pretty hot in here, but that's okay. That's what we came here for. Woo. That coffee mug got damn hot. Bed. All right. Oh, I said I was going to show you where we're at first. Let me do that. Okay. We changed axis, then we stretch it back out to a blank, and now we're going to do the wig wag. The wig wag, I think if you went back 10, 20 years, maybe it'd be called a switchback. Not sure. Maybe it's regional. But I apparently live in Wigwag County, so that's what we call it over here. So you can see, this is cooling down. I just literally twisted it again, just on a different axis. So now I'm gonna mess up these colors and get this really cool oil slick effect that I love. Oh man. Incredible time to get a furious itch on your nose. Whoever just scratched the screen, I appreciate it. Thank you. It just went away. Check that out. So that is a wigwag effect. And once again, I'm going to go through it and even out the walls. Okay, so now we will begin the shaping and accent part of this. Clean this up. Okay. I'm going to try to do it at this angle, forgive me. There we go. basically all I did was pull out like 1/4 of it. I will never forget this as long as I blow glass, probably as long as I live. My friend Justin, TUO Pipes on Instagram, 2 pipes. He told me, Rock, I want you to imagine as blank as a loaf of bread. Heat me up 4 slices and stretch it out. And that's going to be our mouthpiece. I just want to give it a little bit more of a bubble form. Feels pretty good. Just using a little a dental pick here covered in beeswax to open that hole up a little bit more. Alright. So tendrils here. Nope. Add a tendril. There we go. Okay. Got that. I'm gonna clean off this end. Same thing, I want a nice termination on this. Should be pretty good. Is this looking like a familiar shape yet? We're getting there. I'm gonna give this 1 second to heat up in the kiln. Try and fix this glass pane. Let's see if we can get this back to its original form. There we go. That looks pretty good. Hope that isn't too glary. All right. No chances, no quarter. Let's jump into this. All right. All right. I want to heat this whole thing up, and then we're gonna blow it out. a nice even heat. Okay. Look how sleek that termination looks on the end. Nice. Now that we just blew the walls out, it's going to shrink them back down just a little bit. All right. There we go. This is my mini torch. Helps me do torch work in really tiny spots. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Pop a tiny little hole there. Let's see if this needs cleaning up. Just a couple little swipes. All right. So, just push that hole in. My bolt push. Ooh, that's hot. And now we're going to give this thing a foot. Try and do it on this if I can. Up. Okay. Next. I've got a nice flat surface for the pipe to rust on. Okay. That's our car pole. For this pipe, I'm thinking about blue stardust as the accent color. We've got some minimal blues, and I think it'll show up that spiral really well. And these are going to be the accents for it. Sometimes I like to do an extended carve where I'd make that matte, put that in the mouthpiece. But for today, I'm just going to do these 3 dots so I can show you pretty much the whole production from beginning to end without the little bells and whistles. I find these accents a little necessary because let's say that one friend of yours has absolute bare paws and another friend of yours has more dainty hands. This is just a little texture on the handpipe, so whether it's reaching out of a bag or handing it to a friend, there's something to hold on to and grip. First one done. That is that. Well, not yet. We gotta get it off the blow tube. And then that's that. But these are called my hot fingers, and they help me grab stuff that's hot. I'm gonna heat these up just a little bit. Get it on this bowl head nice and comfortably. We're gonna take a little tension. And it can kind of sit a little straight. Cool. I no longer need my blow tube. All the holes are pretty much blown open. There they are. a little bit of clear left. I'm just gonna rip that off. As much as I can without disturbing the piece. There we go. Let that reduce down a little bit. Get that mouthpiece nice and open. Ooh. Ah, there we go. And for you, my lovely audience, one re-wig pipe with blue Stardust accents on the side. This is going to go in the kiln. And back over here, and I'd like to thank you all for hanging out with me, being patient with my yappiness, and I'd love to thank Jody and Sean for inviting me back again for another DistrictCon. And I will see all of you again, hopefully at DistrictCon 3. If you have any questions, hit me up. Once again, my tag is @AdventureRolling on Instagram. I have other social medias, I just don't use them. And kick today's ass, everybody. Thank you again.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yay! How amazing was he? Like, oh my God, I love Rocco so
Yeah.
much. His energy, his vibe. Glass blowing is that's some serious work. What he's
Yeah,
doing.
definitely.
I'm not glass blowing, sorry.
Glass crafting.
Glass crafting. Sorry, there's two
You
different
know,
things.
but and it was really hot. You saw
Yeah.
the different color flames and like getting
the
to
fire
see,
was definitely the best part.
yeah, getting to see the process of that takes a lot of like steady hands and focus and try not to burn yourself.
Exactly.
That's why I stick to drawing. You know,
And
I
it
don't
just
wanna
goes
burn
to show you, like, that's what DistrictCon's all about. We don't just want it to be about comics. We want it to be about painters, glass craftsmen, sculptors, people who make cards, people who make video games, just every sort of creative activity you could think of. We want to showcase it. We want to represent it, and definitely look forward to seeing that at DistrictCon 3.
Speaking of sculpting, so we should go on a quick break
Yes.
and get the next guest on, Brian Kennedy II.
So good.
He is a sculptor and also an artist that he was in the last DistrictCon.
Yes, he was.
And I've known this guy for quite some time, and he's a really great artist, and I can't wait
Amazing.
for you guys to see him.
All right.
All right.
Stay tuned.
You
Hey
gotta
guys,
explain.
we're fixing stuff. We're fixing stuff.
All right, so we're getting ready to start our next.
Awesome demo.
Yep, with artist Brian Kennedy too.
A beast. The guy does paintings, digital work, and sculpture, but we are meeting with him today for the sculpture. It's going to be so cool.
Oh
Sculpture.
Sculpture.
Oh, they can actually hear me now. Great. Okay.
We heard you
I didn't know when the
before.
segment was
You
gonna
just
happen.
couldn't hear us.
What's going on, Brian?
Ah. What's up, guys? How's it going?
Good,
We're
good, good.
Ooh!
Holy crap!
Working on a little something for you guys.
Moly. It's
So-
mine. It's my character.
She's coming together.
So yeah. You want to explain this?
So we have summoned the powers of this great man to create some awesome sculptures for the top bidders of our Kickstarter. So that one lucky person is getting the first of many figurines from Divided District Studios. So this one he's working on now is Princess Imara from Euphoria. Sorry, I'm like speechless right now because I'm staring at it. I'm
looks
like,
really cool.
it's come to life. Like, oh my god. So yes, this is Imara, Princess Imara from my comic book Euphoria, from issue 2. Her first adventure in the library as a historian trainee. But oh my god, I'm just like, oh, it's so awesome.
That is.
It looks really good.
absolutely-
It looks so good.
Wow.
Wow.
Brian.
Can you
Sweet,
move
that's-
it over, move your camera over a little bit,
Yeah,
Brian?
bring it.
Yep.
Center
I'm gonna try.
the sculpture a little.
All right. It's on the side, so let's see. Is that better?
A
A
little.
little.
Yes. Age of camera setups,
God.
2021.
Eh, cold.
It's still not great, right? Let's see if there's another way to do this. Yeah, you guys can ask me questions. Just give me a second to
Oh,
try to.
there it is.
Well,
Set
that's
this part up.
that's
That's
a
a
little
little
better.
But
I'm like trying to
Is
get
that-
it close.
is that Lena?
Right next to her.
Yes, that is
it
absolutely
looks
Lena
like
right in
her.
the background.
Wow, that is awesome. So yeah.
So they both come
So
together.
the statue next to her,
No, I'm still wow.
yeah, absolutely
Once
amazing.
we get the camera.
You know what? I'm just gonna hold the camera for now while we try to
What are
fix
you
this
What
camera
are you
setup.
using? A clamp?
No, I'm actually using like random objects. You know,
Oh,
I have a
that's-
stand.
Yes.
but the stand is kind of short, so it's not
I
really
see.
helping right now. Let's try that.
Okay.
Is that a little better? Kinda.
Oh, I got you. Seeing that you're using appliances, that big black or one of those boxes, just slide them back and then put the phone against that, and then we could see you and the stuff.
Oh,
Put it right in
that's
front of
a-
you if you're on a table.
That is a good point. Hold on. Crap ton of boxes right here.
No worries, no worries. I was still like, oh.
Yeah, but while we're waiting for this part, you guys can absolutely ask me questions.
Okay,
All
cool.
right, so yeah, man. How long you started? I know that you did visual art, like drawing and painting, but how long have you been doing sculpting?
Like real sculpting, probably college. So probably like the last 10, 15 years.
Okay. And like,
Yes,
did
I
you-
did.
Is that a
myself, don't
piece?
judge me.
Is that your piece behind you? I saw a painting, I think.
Ooh, yeah. That is another piece of mine. I don't know how
Yes,
good that's
he
coming out on
also
the camera
paints.
right
That
there.
is amazing.
yeah, that is
Wow.
amazing work.
The detail.
That's in the Harlem Fine Art Show right now. If anybody
Cool.
wants to pick it up. Actually, somebody just picked it up.
Hey.
So that one's actually been sold. Let's see if that works a little better.
Yeah, if we could put it.
Closer. I'm trying to get it close, but also give myself some space to work, just so I can
Well,
move around.
it doesn't have to be close. Like you could zoom it. You could push it a little further back. Because we want to see you also.
Yeah.
It's not just about the art.
Let's see, different painting.
Yeah.
life of artists can be messy, guys. So just readjusting some things.
Right.
Let's
So,
see.
what?
There we go. That's
Ah,
perfect.
there we go.
That's perfect. Now we can
Sweet,
see
cool.
everything.
Kinda hang out right
Hey.
there.
That is awesome.
Oh my gosh. This is so cool.
Wow.
Yeah, so I was, I've been dabbling in sculpture for like the last like 15 years, and these two are the latest ones to come out right now.
Which is out. I had no idea that you was gonna like put your whole.
He was gonna
foot.
flex. He was gonna flex with those sculptures.
I did
I
not
mean,
think.
y'all put the sculpture on the little advertiser, so I was like, I gotta bring the sculptures.
Yeah.
It's like we mentioned, we put him on the spot. Oh man. Oh, but you have to
Besides,
talk
it's,
about
it's totally a plug for the Kickstarter too. which is still going on, guys.
exactly. It's definitely a plug for the Kickstarter.
Oh yeah.
Tell them about your character
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. one-
So my character Lena Wagner from Home and Worlds Beyond, she is going to be the savior of the multiverse,
Ooh,
and
fierce.
Brian has her like, oh my god,
Yo,
This
she's
is-
ready for everything
Yeah.
in that pose.
I want I wanted something completely different from what he put out, and he was like, "You mind if I try something new?" I was just like, "Go ahead," and there it is. Home. I have no words, man. Like,
Well, okay. So my next question is, how does this start? Like, do you have like a rectangular brick? Like, where are we starting from?
There is a whole little tub that you can get this material called monster clay. That's kind of what everything is built out of right now. And you just start carving some out, taking little pieces and applying it to these things called armatures. So you can see there's a little metal stick kind of coming out of both of their backs.
right.
That's a little metal skeleton. And once you just start kind of plopping it on there, you can get to shape it, and it eventually turns into this.
So my next question is like, when you do the bodies, like, do you use like metal wire, like hanger and stuff like that, to build the skeleton on, or?
Like, what's
If I'm building my own, yeah, you can literally buy them. So I've been a little bit lazy lately. I bought this from a Complete Sculptor, a little
Right.
unscheduled plug there. Great store in the New York City area to get sculpture supplies. But yeah, you can make your own really easy. You can get some aluminum wire and just start shaping it. After I usually like to sketch the characters out if it's my character. If it's not my character, I'll usually use somebody's character template that you guys provided to me, and just kind of work from there.
Wow. I can't stop looking at it. Like, as you
Right.
was explaining it, I'm nodding my head yes, like if you could see the
Like,
as if you could see the video, but like my mouth is wide open. It's just like,
Okay.
this is awesome.
do you have any like untouched bricks around so we can see like
Like,
before you even start?
I did, but in the middle of packing, that's where all these boxes are coming from. So they're packed away somewhere.
No. Continue.
They're packed away somewhere.
Yes.
So like, just like explain what I'm doing right now. There's a lot of like little steps that you take. If I get to that point by the end, I'll probably finish Princess Amari first. I'm gonna try to get to the point where we start making a copy, and I have to use this cool silicone stuff, smooth on, to try to make a copy.
oh, the mold.
The mold.
The mold, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So what happens after the mold? Do you, I guess, throw these away, or do you just have a bunch of these around the house? Like,
You can do either or. Like usually, just to kind of save on money, because I don't want to buy a whole bunch of armature wires all the time. I'll probably take the sculpture apart and then use it to make another sculpture later.
oh, cool.
Like, so it doesn't like harden or dry up to where.
No, this is actually the really cool part about this. Like, I know that the clay color makes you think of that like pottery clay,
Yeah.
terracotta. This one is actually made kind of like out of wax, kind of out of oil, so it never really dries, and you can always like go back and rework it. So it's really easy to work
That's
with.
awesome.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is like, this is just like to make the I guess the mold, the prime mold, just to make the
Yeah.
mold of it.
The
right,
mother
I'm
mold.
just
So
trying to
back
understand.
He's like, we're both tongue tied right now because we're like, oh my god, like it's the first figure from Divided District Studios.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like
So,
a kid
like,
right now.
seeing our main characters firsthand as like a sculpture statue,
like off the page.
and
Amazing.
Good. That's the what is it called? The reaction I was looking for.
Yes.
this
Now
Glad you guys like
the clay looks a little moist. Is that necessary, or that's just how the clay is?
Oh, it has a sheen because of that oil / wax kind of material it's made out of.
Okay.
So it's always going to have like a little glow to it. What you'll see me doing every once in a while to try to buff out things like fingerprints and that kind of stuff, a little bit of alcohol, little rag, just start buffing it out. It'll become nice and smooth.
So cool.
So I'll be doing that too. And I'm actually going to try to get some texture in her hair because right now,
Hey.
I'm going to move it a little bit closer.
It looked like dreads. Shoot,
yeah,
you
right now
had
they
me
look
at
like ropes.
hello. Even if it wasn't detailed, I'm still screaming. Like, it's so cool.
I'm moving it the wrong way. There you go.
wow,
It looks
So-
so cool.
that is beautiful.
Yes.
And now it's just like, oh man, I want one too. and like it's funny because like our first statues are going to the highest
The highest
backer,
bidder. Yeah, backer. Sorry.
the highest
Yeah,
backer.
your supporters, yeah.
On the Kickstarter, yeah.
And so that like it's I'm honored to give it to the highest backer, but I'm also like damn.
It's like I want to keep
little-
it.
Little Loki, yeah, little Loki jealous is a good thing, I think.
Right.
You
I mean,
know.
he's doing a good job.
Right.
FedEx is gonna have to stop me.
So how would you say your process is? Like a few hours a day and then maybe a week or 2 weeks you finish? Like what's the breakdown of start to finish time wise?
That's a good question. I think it's like any other process for my artistic practice. It's really excited to push in the beginning, like, hey, I'm doing this sculpture. There's a lot of things that I want to get done with it. And then I'm pretty sure you guys might hit this phase too sometimes. You hit that
Definitely.
phase where you're looking at like,
Not
I don't want to
quite.
mess
Not
with you right now. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not quite feeling it.
Not
So
today.
I'll definitely do like a couple hours like every week to add towards the progress. Sometimes I literally have to look at it for a while, like I know something's wrong, I just can't tell what it is. Take a step back, come back. But constant little steps help to get towards the end.
This is definitely
Actually,
a
I'm gonna take this off
treat.
for a second.
Like because we've seen your other work come throughout the years, and like me meeting you for the first time back in what 2011, 2013.
Yeah.
I'm drawing with Andy Yu, shout out to him, and Greg Garay at the 36
Yes, you're back,
Chambers
though.
of Art. Yeah, I went back. I actually have a picture of you guys at the convention where I first met you guys, and I was like, wow. I'm watching you do, yep, that's the one. Watching you guys do like amazing work. I knew that you guys were going to be. Hey, look at that.
Kenny with the fillings. Nice.
Yep.
That's so dope.
Watching
Whatever.
you guys do work, that definitely inspired me to like start doing comics and like make sure that this dream became like a reality for not just me but for whoever wants. So yeah,
the goal right
thank
there,
you.
man.
You have no
Glad to
idea
be a part of the
who
story.
you have no idea whose shoulder you tap until they tell you, hey man, you tapped my shoulder.
Exactly. Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Thanks, man. That's a huge compliment. I know, like, you can now attest to this too. Like, sometimes when you're doing this thing, things like this, it's hard to see like how it's going to end up or how it's going to affect other people. But those stories definitely keep the juices going, I guess.
Exactly.
Right, and it seems like when you're doing details on your work, it has a lot of patience. You have to have like a steady hand with it. You don't have like if you don't have a steady hand, like I guess
Not
It's
all the
like-
time, to be honest.
You could cut off a leg pretty much.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, so interesting topic. I'm glad you brought it up, right? I was talking with another artist friend about this the other day, I know that YouTube, ArtStation, back in the day, DeviantArt, you would get a lot of like time lapses of people working on stuff like this, and you'd be like, "Yo, how did they do this? Like, why are they so godly at like the speed? Like, how are they?" Looking outside, sometimes you can get that feeling like I respect it, but I don't know how they do it. A lot of times, taking it slow actually helps, so you don't have to feel like you need to be like really speedy with it. Sometimes my hands shake, to be honest. Sometimes I feel like I'm not as in control as I usually am, but just taking your time, being intentful with like how you want to be able to do things, knowing that you're going to make a mistake and being okay with that. That still helps the process.
Now, I see you've interchanged maybe two different, I don't know what to call it, tools. Like how many different tools, I guess, is needed for this sort of process? Like, because with a painter, I have like a million different size brushes from like
it's the same.
itsy bitsy to the, okay, but it's just like a carver.
It's absolutely the same. Yeah, like there's just different tools for carving. So like I have this little like flat tool that has like little teeth. If I want to be able to cut something, it's nice and easy to kind of shape it. And because it's flat and metal, I can bend it a little bit. Super
Wow.
dope.
That's cool.
I have this little looks almost like a X-Acto blade, but it has
Okay.
little different pieces that I can kind of loosen up
cool.
and either attach or replace.
Cool.
And they'll have different little round parts or stabby parts. I call them stabby parts. I shouldn't do that. No stabbing, but little round pieces that help me to make details at a certain size, I guess is the way to think about it. I have this little tool that has what looks like a really sharp knife on it. It's pretty blunt. So it's really just for cutting clay, and a little hook tool to help me to get into like little crevices.
That's
I've had this one for like 10 years.
Do you have a
I didn't think about
favorite?
that till you guys asked.
Sean has like a favorite pen.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite? Like, which tool is your absolute?
Yes, and I can't find it. It's funny. It's funny that you guys
dying
mentioned that.
inside.
I have a tool that I've had since high school. I low-key jacked it from my high school art class. I turned a pottery class into like this matcha making class because that's what I do. And they had this really cool little. It looked almost like a little medical scalpel. It wasn't like anywhere near as sharp, but it had this cool little particular hook at the end, and it had a nice little curved blade, and it was very perfectly weighted. I love that thing. I've been working with it since high school, so it's somewhere around here.
That's dope. That's absolutely dope. So, what I was also going to ask you, do you showcase some of your work to like different like art shows? Do you sell them? Do you like what is the process of that? Like, how like what makes you keep going
To make
make
sculpture.
them professionally
Ooh.
or as
That's kind of like two different answers. Believe it or
yeah.
not. I definitely still show stuff. Like I've been showing a lot more of the paintings I showed in the back more recently. A lot of my work right now is in like the Harlem Fine Art Show. It's been in there for a couple of months. I did my first international art show,
Nice.
Caribbean Global, like earlier this year. Just keeping up with that part of my art. I think that making 2D images kind of scratches a certain part of my artist brain. So I do go
Okay.
back to it quite a lot.
That's amazing.
I'm doing murals. I do digital murals that get printed out. I'm actually in the middle of installing a lot of art inside of a detention facility up here in Westchester County, and really just using art to inspire kids and help them to focus on what they can do in a situation that they might not want to be in, to be kind of better themselves. And yeah, that's mainly what I've been doing. Those two things.
We're just skimming through a bunch of your
pictures, yes.
a bunch of
And
your
I
art.
think it definitely helps when you're doing more than one different style of art, because then you're not like completely worried like, oh, this isn't taking off, but then this is taking, like, there's always a cycle of creativity coming in.
Right.
Right.
Who are
Also, don't
some
be
of your-
scared about that whole feeling too.
Yeah,
What you
yeah,
just mentioned,
definitely.
like that whole fear thing, like that's gonna happen. I
Yeah.
love talking to art friends about this, so this is actually really dope. I'm glad that we're getting to talk about these cool things. Sometimes it takes some experimentation to like figure out what you
Definitely.
actually want to do.
What are
Don't be scared of that
some of
part.
your influences? Like, who are some of your influences
Ooh.
when it comes to like sculpting or painting?
Uh, Definitely people like a great college professor that I had, Vera Manzi Schatz. She does like these really beautiful terracotta sculptures, and then also works with like light installations to, kind of morph and use light in a really specific way inside of shows. There's Vinnie Bagwell. She does amazing public artwork. She's in the middle. She's always in the middle of vying for something, but I know she just won a couple of really big projects. She's supposed to be doing one in New York City, actually, replacing the Sims sculpture, that gynecologist guy that was up for a couple 100 years, or at least 100 years. She's replacing him with a sculpture called Victory over Sims, I
Okay.
believe.
Very cool.
She does really great work. Look her up, Vinnie Bagwell. Who else inspires me? Mark Newman, really dope sculptor. I've been following him since like back in the old school DeviantArt days, and just watching how he renders cloth, how he captures motion. Those things are always like sticky out in my brain.
Because it's like, for me, I personally wanted to know, like, what was the first day that I was like, you know what? I want to sculpt things. I want to shape things out in clay. I want to build things out of clay. Like, what was that first day? Like, were you young? College? Well, you said college. So what in college made you just take the step?
Just be like, yeah.
I'm
like,
going to make stuff.
Oh, here's a perfect segue for Stutter Steps. Stutter Steps lead places too. I always have this really interesting workflow with sculpture. Like, looking at this stuff, you would think that I do it all the time. I do, then I don't, and then I do again. So I find that doing things with 3D and kind of letting my brain play around in actual space, working with the material, trying to craft it to do something particular or look a specific way, that's always really dope. But I don't think I really decided to, I guess, call myself a sculptor until I think during grad school. Part of my thesis was to make my main character, Michael, was doing like an archangel character, and make him, I think, like 17 or 18 inches. You might be able to find him on my Instagram. I think I posted about him once.
So it was a part of your curriculum
Yeah,
for school. Okay.
yes, it was.
That's cool.
See,
Sometimes that happens.
right.
That's
Like
cool.
just a little spark, right?
Right.
Like for me, like I love building Gundam models, and I always wanted to get
nice.
into always wanted to get into like airbrushing to customize colors onto the mobile suits and stuff. I was wondering, how do you paint your statues, or do you leave them plain, or do you?
No, I definitely usually like hand paint them. I do have a airbrush kit around here somewhere. I'm one of those artists that like buys things and then doesn't use it until he really needs it. So
Oh,
there's
no,
an
no.
airbrush kit.
We know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean.
We got a bunch of stuff like that.
We
We
don't
was
even
about
use
to-
a
There's
whole
an airbrush kit
shelf full
somewhere.
of pencils.
We was about to get a wood burning kit.
Right?
I have
to
one
tell
of
you
those,
how
like
bad
little woodburning joints. Yeah.
we because it was on sale. Was it on sale?
Yeah.
And we were just in Michael's wandering, not even having anything to buy, and we was like, "Oh, we should try wood burning. Like, imagine." And it was like, "No, walk away, walk away," because that's the problem as a creative sometimes. Because you're like, "I want to create, but with what?" Like, "Oh, there's this bag. Let me create something out of the bag." Like, you just can't help. You can't help
if
it.
you can see yourself doing it, then
Then
do
you're
it.
gonna do it because it's like it's amazing, so to speak. So as I
And you kind of need that part too, because it's like
yeah.
you got to experiment. You don't know
Yeah.
what you really want to like do as a creative sometimes. At least that was my story. Like, I didn't know I wanted to do some of this stuff until I experimented.
Exactly.
But yeah, man, like what is your favorite thing to sculpt?
Definitely
Animal
people.
thing,
Definitely.
people.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
a lot of my work, it's definitely people for me. A lot of my work really focuses on women right now. So like, I love Black women, love, putting Black women up there and venerating them, that kind of stuff. So a lot of my work is definitely focused on that.
So that works out.
Very
You got
cool.
two Black women, right? And you're
Very
doing it
cool.
simultaneously.
I
It's like,
heard in the background, I heard a little, yes, I heard that. So
Yes, for the sisters. Yes.
hmm
But no, this is amazing. You even got like the shirt, how I said it has a hole in the back. I can see like the detail.
That is awesome.
And it's so cool. But so we sent you sketches, but when you usually do it for, I guess, other people, other projects, do you end up like, I guess, sketching it first and then you sort of target how you want the body to be?
So that's a great question. I haven't really done a lot of sculpture. I can't talk now. Sculpture commissions last couple of years. Yeah, most of my sculptures have been like what I've been working on, so that makes it a little bit easier. At that point, I probably drew that character at least like 2 or 3 times, and have an idea of like what I want it to look like. So it's easy for me to not have to do some of the legwork that you have to do when you're working with a client. Like if you're trying to help somebody figure out what they want their character to look like, sometimes you have to ask them things like, okay, like I know you know what like this one part of the shoulder blade looks like, but like what about what they're wearing? Like does it have a pattern? Like what kind of materials are made out of? And you have to have those conversations. But since I'm working with myself, I pretty much know that part already. I'm kind of skipping steps.
So
So you just attack it? Like
Yeah, you
no
just-
sketch, nothing? It's just like, I see it,
Oh.
I'm going.
No. I'll usually like draw the character out for
Oh,
one
okay.
of these. Like when I have, like say for instance, I wanted to sculpt this guy.
Yeah.
right.
I have an idea of what he looks like already, color scheme, material, marks on the skin, the tattoos, all that stuff will already be figured out.
Oh,
So then I
okay.
don't have to worry about like sketching
It's
out
like
again
he's
per
a,
se.
he's a mad genius. He's just like blindly sculpting and then
You just,
boom,
you
a
just
figure.
making it as you go along. Like some, like that's incredible to do because like, when I draw, I don't even think about it sometimes. Sometimes I just draw it out. I don't like I would rough sketch it, but I've already seen it right there on the paper or on the tablet.
Or in your mind.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's,
Right.
you don't even get it to paper. You're like, no, I see it so clearly
That
that
you
I'll
can
just
just
go
transfer
for
it.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. With sculpture, you do want to have like something to reference to. So like I mentioned using armatures before, right?
Right.
If I was doing my own custom armature, I would absolutely like stop what I'm doing and like draw that character again, and then use like a pretty straightforward drawing of like the side of the character and the front of the character to like measure out the armature. So that you would do.
Very cool. Now, when it comes to, I guess, doing figures for yourself, because you said not so much for client work, do you do like accessories? Like, do you go in like horse or furniture or sword or?
Yeah, it depends on the character.
Okay.
The one that you guys put on the what is it, the advertisement for today? He definitely has like a battle axe right next to him. He has a drum behind him. He has like jewelry on. He has like the what is it called, the Igwe beads on him from West Africa. So I definitely like to accessorize.
All right, cool. What I was gonna say, do you also do dioramas?
I have not actually. No, I really don't.
That's another
Focus
market you can
necessarily
tap
on, like,
into.
Yeah,
I like-
like
Never
add
know.
some scenery to the masterpiece.
All right, those people are insane, especially the ones with the little tiny furniture and the little.
Yeah.
They're actually cooking in the little tiny kitchen and like, it's insane.
Cause like
Yeah.
going back to like Gundam models, even though like you can't compare the two, but there are some contests where you do like dioramas and you add dioramas to your mobile suit, and people make a lot of money doing that. And also are you just to stray away from that, do you like would you consider doing claymation?
That is a good question.
Love it. It really is. So I get that question every once in a while. I got a lot when I was doing my grad program because they saw me doing sculptures. They're like, why don't you just do this as your animation? Like, come on. I respect that field a lot. I don't know if I have it in me to do all the little motions that are necessary
Right.
and sculpt each one out. Like I think it's different drawing something out versus sculpting it in like
Right.
the actual real world versus like computer animation. I've done computer animation before. If anything, I would probably go back there. Building the armature the right way, like making custom models so that you can move them a certain way, and then building the clay on top of it so it can move properly, and then taking little pictures. That stresses me out. But maybe.
Because I've
never
seen
seen it.
videos of the time lapse. I forgot what movie it was.
Coraline.
No, I've seen
Was it
Coraline,
Coraline?
but it wasn't
Kuro?
Coraline I
Oh,
was
yeah.
thinking about.
What was
And
it?
they're
Kuro?
just like this
Yeah.
in the time lapse, and the body's just
Yeah, that was
moving,
Coraline.
and all you see. No, baby, we saw two different videos.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about. I saw that one, but I'm thinking about another video.
There was one that came out a little bit more recently than Coraline. I think it was called Kuro and the something.
Yes,
Oh,
that was a
really
with the
good,
monkey,
like,
the white
yes.
monkey. Yes.
Okay.
That's the one I saw it for.
Okay. Then I was
Silent.
mistaken.
Yes.
All right.
That's okay.
But no, the only reason why I asked is because do you have a favorite claymation movie?
Ooh.
Like
I
for
can't
me,
remember the
mine
name
is
of it.
She's like,
Monster
I don't
House.
know. Monster House.
Yeah, I love Monster House.
Monster House was a good one. That was more recent than what I was thinking. There was this smaller movie in the 80s. I don't remember the name of it, but there were these little kids that somehow opened up hell in their backyard, and there was some really good claymation there. I don't remember the name
Sunny
of the movie.
Hayes says Tim Burton. He likes Tim Burton. I like
Oh
Tim
yeah,
Burton.
Tim Burton.
Definitely, it feels like it would be Tim Burton. I don't know if Burton did that one though.
Oh no, I think he was just randomly commenting to claymation
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
people. Yeah. Because he's definitely. Oh yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas is claymation.
Frankenweenie.
Nightmare Before Christmas is a classic.
I don't like.
Also,
Frank-
you know,
well, I
I'm gonna,
do
I'm
watch
gonna,
Frankenweenie.
I'm gonna really throw it back like the old Rudolph movies, like the Christmas joints.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those are just like a nice, good, feel good Christmas animation. I can definitely sit down and watch
Yeah.
those.
Or Gumby.
Gumby. Oh, somebody
Oh,
said
Gumby! I used to love Gumby.
Sunny Hayes again. He says The Gate, the '80s movie.
Yes, that was the name of the movie, The Gate.
I haven't seen it.
We gotta look it up now.
Yeah.
Let's look that one up. But that's cool.
There was another claymation movie that was like 2011, 2010. I forgot the name of it, but it was with I think it had something to do with Seth Rogen or some sort.
You said Seth Rogen and movie and animation. My brain automatically went to Sausage Party
Yes.
Yeah, but it
that's
wasn't Sausage Party.
Oh,
it was
okay.
another.
because that one was
movie.
3D.
Yeah.
It was another one where like two people went to hell and stuff like that.
I can't
It
remember.
was
Now I gotta look that up. I got a homework
Right
now.
now, I gotta look it up. That's insane.
Yeah, claymation is always like it's a really great art form. And I feel like anytime you do anything animation, there's always like people don't realize that you're thinking about physics, you're thinking about like how things move in space, like you're thinking about all these things. So anybody that constantly does animation, like my hat off to you. That is
yeah, that's
great
a
work.
lot of hard work.
And then people come up to us like, "Oh, do you do animation?" And I'm like, "No, you need a team. You don't need one
A
person."
full team.
Have you ever seen the credits of those animated movies? It's like 500 people on there. And it's not even 500 people for just everything. No, it's 500 for the
people.
scenery, 500 for the character design, and then another 500 to draw the character in the thing, and then like
You know,
it's so
like
many.
20 people to do a bird scene.
Word. And not even
feel
the
like
whole
that's
bird
low-key
scene,
like
just
a,
the wings.
Yeah.
Just moving
Oh,
the
yeah.
wings. So
I feel like
it's
that's
a
low key like
lot.
a little rite of passage that you
Yeah.
gotta go through as an artist now. It's like, I obviously do this one other thing. I do comics. Hey, that's dope though, but do you animate?
It's like,
Yeah.
no, not. I mean, we want to,
Yeah,
but we
that's-
need a team for that. Like,
that's
we
a
need to go
whole-
on like a scrimmage for animators, and we have a few that we've been looking at.
Yep.
But yeah, no, you need a team. You need a team. I mean, even with comics, you need a team, but no, you definitely need a team for animation.
Let's stick to this. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, something else that happens when I'm sculpting, I will get a little bit ADD and I'll jump from like, I was just doing the little
One
like,
part to
Yeah.
folds of the
another.
cloth over here, and then
It's
yeah.
like the artist's way. I don't know what it is. It's like we get bored seeing the same
Or
part,
working on the same.
and we just
area.
want to jump
Yeah.
to the next area.
Yeah.
Maybe put some energy in a new spot.
Cause I'll work on like the hair, and then I'll work on the feet, and then like
Exactly.
zigzag.
But it makes sense to you. While
Yes,
you make
Yeah.
no,
That's
it
all
definitely
that
makes
matters.
sense.
I just let my eyes and my hands go.
Because we're
wherever
gonna
they want
finish
to.
it eventually, you know. And then
Exactly.
sometimes I think what it is that while you're working on one thing, your eye glances over and you're like, oh, now I know what I needed to fix over there. Let me jump back over there.
And
I
sometimes
remember
it's
now.
completely different projects. Like,
Yeah,
so
Oh, yeah.
I remember.
literally, I
now.
was doing that like yesterday. Like, I was working on the book because I had sculpted out the little book for her to hold in her hands.
Yeah.
And while I was sculpting the book, I was like, oh yeah, this reminds me of this piece that I wanted to put in this mural I'm designing. So like, let me jump back to my iPad and like sketch it out real quick, and then jump back to the sculpture.
Exactly.
It's a whole thing.
It happens. So what are you working on now, Brian? You're detailing the hair.
Yeah, so I'm putting like some texture, little marks on her hair, so that it's gonna be not just smooth when you see it. It can be fine to be smooth. Like I could probably leave it alone, but
He's like, no,
my
I
brain
want
is
to
like,
go the extra mile. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
We definitely appreciate it. Like, oh, somebody's like, they gotta hire you, man. Mark Marvel.
at BC2 Art.
Shout out to Mark
He's
Marvel.
like, I gotta hire this guy.
the city
Thank
needs
for,
you, Brian.
He's like, thank you for sharing his talents with the community.
Oh, you're
Wow.
welcome.
Oh,
man.
thanks, guys.
We gotta show love to these creatives, man.
Yep.
Everyone's doing some amazing work, and like we don't have the time to show everybody. But District Con 3,
Oh yeah.
just know, wait for that phone call, that text, that DM, that email. It's coming.
That's what it's all about. It's all about community. It's all about linking up together and making sure that everybody's being taken care of respectfully.
Right? Support for support.
100%.
That's right.
Right? We gonna grow even if you don't support. So it's like, let's support each other.
No
You might as well
gatekeeping
just support
here.
us. Just
Yeah, no gatekeeping here.
Yep. The door is wide
None of
open
that
for
vibe.
everybody.
Right?
I'm
Yeah, the
proud
thing
of
that I
his
like
work
about,
and your characters being made is epic. That's
Thank
what
you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, we're like crying right now because I literally was
Like-
just like, I don't know what to do. So I just took Princess Imara from the cover, and I was just like, okay, draw her from the cover.
you know what's funny? Last time we talked, like I thought it was a different character, so I was sculpting that here, and then I had
Yeah,
to like
I
take that character apart and then make her.
Oh wow. But you did it so quickly. You was just like,
Yeah,
boop,
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 boop, boop. And that was it.
Like, what's the easiest pose for you to do, like when you sculpt?
I had
Like
to
a
laugh at
go-to,
that. I'm sorry,
boom, boom,
'cause,
boom,
like,
you get it done real quick.
I don't know if I have one. I really don't. Sometimes those like breaks between sculptures can be pretty long.
Yeah.
So by the time I jump back into it, I want to do like this I think of them as in between motions, like little micro things you do right before like you reach for something, or the way your dress might like float to the left while you're moving to the right. I always try to get that dynamic part in it, so I don't have like a go-to particular pose that I like per se.
That's cool. So that means like it's always going to be a different pose every time for your personal work.
Yeah, that's kind of why like I mostly right now lean towards I've been doing like a lot of gallery stuff, like you guys were asking before, because you know my brain has been like in the fine art space for a little bit, so that makes that part a little bit easier.
Yeah. That's very cool.
So, what is the most difficult body part that you have trouble doing? Or are you just like most artists
breezing
where
through.
like working on hands is that difficult? Sculpting hands?
Oh, when I master
feet.
how to sculpt hands and feet, that's it. All y'all just get your wig snatched. That's it.
It's like 5,000 a sculpture.
Absolutely. But yeah, like the hands and feet are always like something that you can look at a glance and tell is wrong. So even if you don't like look at art that much, or like you don't do too much in the space, you can just be an admirer and like look at a hand like something's off with that. I like it, but like that pinky's short. I don't know. Hands and feet. Hands and feet are definitely
Because
little
hands
challenge.
and feet are the most difficult parts of any art. It's like every artist's nightmare.
It's like we try to avoid it, put it in the pocket, put it behind the back, maybe through the hair, just anything so that we don't, or doing this, like
Right.
fists, so we don't have to draw.
or
the
having that little
hands.
puff of smoke by the feet while you're drawing something to make it look like they're
Oh,
moving
yeah.
past,
Or only drawing waist up.
any trick of the trade, right? But yeah, no, most definitely, because like to have those little details being like put in, and then you have to like slightly carve out every single piece and to make it where it's even and symmetrical. I think it's absolutely amazing to see you do your
Oh,
work.
you guys were asking me about my some of my favorite or some of my inspirations.
Yes.
Classical
Yes.
people, Rodin from back in the day. I love his stuff because he like purposely made his hands and feet huge. So you have to look at them. Like you can't not look at the hands and feet, and then
Because I was
study
gonna,
how he makes them.
I was gonna ask if you were into any like classical or Renaissance type work. So that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I feel like everybody has like that. A couple of people they like. Giselbertus from back in the day for me. I think the Doors of Paradise. I think that it's in Italy somewhere.
Right.
Great piece of like relief artwork.
And like, so speaking of an anatomy, do you have like certain books that you look up and you try to work with, trying to get the right anatomy in shape?
Yeah,
Or
I always
any
like to try
book
to.
reference?
Yeah, I like to try to get into. There's one particular book I like a lot. I think it's called the Encyclopedia of Anatomy for Artists. It's this really thick book. It has human anatomy, it has animal anatomy like horses or dogs or that kind of stuff. And as people that love comic books or people that love animation, a lot of times your favorite people or artists are looking at books like that to figure out how to abstract things and make things look, like they're based in reality, but turned into some kind of monster or deformed some way. So I like books like that.
My next question is, speaking of like gestures and clothing and anatomy, do you use fabric sometimes, like for some of your pieces?
I learned this whole little cheat thing earlier last year, right in the middle of the pandemic. Blew my mind. It was on Instagram, actually. I was watching this Italian artist using this same kind of material that I was, this monster clay.
Right.
And instead of having to like sculpt each fold in the fabric out, he literally took like a really thin piece of fabric. And because this clay is made out of oil, you can heat it up in the oven. It's not really going to like break it down or make it hard. So it makes it soft. And he dipped the cloth in the little clay and then just shaped it around the sculpture. And I was like, wait, what?
Right?
So
and it's
That's
covered in
mind-blowing.
clay.
I
There
absolutely
you
do
go.
that.
That's really cool.
That takes a
Like
lot of
Tricks
time.
to the trade.
Oh,
So it's
yeah.
like, so you still pick up stuff from like YouTube and books and like word of mouth kind of things.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Where are you getting?
So what is the most, I guess, obscure or weird object that you use to either prop up or use to help make your image of your statue the way you need it to be? Like, what is like the weirdest item?
I'm really trying to think about that right now because I use a lot of weird stuff. I've used spoons. I've used forks. I've used broken knives. Those are always fun. Yeah, probably like dinner utensils that I'm not using for dinner anymore. Those are things you probably wouldn't expect. So I'm gonna say that.
Because like, in my head, I'm like, oh, like I wonder if you use toothpicks or even toothbrushes to get like certain
Toothbrushes, yes. I'm trying to think. I like using hard brush paintbrushes sometimes to get like a dappling effect.
right.
If I want to get like little potholes or something or do a skin texture. Yeah, just a whole bunch of, but paintbrushes you think of as like, artist tools. So I was trying to think bigger than that.
Yeah. Sort of like use your surroundings to get the job done.
Yeah, I've used, right now I'm using a stack of like newspapers to stand these on. This is not like an official stand. But I also I have official stands too. It's just whatever's easiest to
closer.
use in the moment.
But yeah, I have more questions. Like
Oh yeah,
can't-
ask away. This is cool. I can talk and work at the same time.
but
Niggas were still like, oh my god, this is happening. Like,
Yeah, like it was just like. Also, do you also use resin for certain parts? Like, for example, if you look at Lena's hand, like when I was asking for was like maybe a power aura coming out of the hand. Would you? Are you able to use resin? Are you savvy with resin?
or are you just gonna?
So not yet.
Okay.
That's
That's what I was
a good
gonna say.
question.
You're gonna sculpt it out.
Because
Yeah.
earlier this week, I saw like a video of somebody like making Sub-Zero's sword out of resin, and it actually looked like
That's really
ice and
cool.
everything. It was
Yeah.
really dope.
Resin's actually pretty cool. That's another thing I've been eyeing, just like the wood burning, where I'm like, ooh, I should try that next. It's like, nope, pull it back. Get what you
So
have done
I'm actually
now.
gonna be these when they're done, they're gonna be cast in resin. So once I make like that mold thing around them, I'm gonna be pouring resin into it just to get like a solid piece.
Right.
What people like the guy that did the sword did, and a couple of the people I watch on like YouTube, they'll sometimes like section it out so you can have a hollow piece of resin and you can put other things in there like LED lights and that kind of stuff. Not at that level yet, but coming soon.
Coming
Oh.
soon. Coming soon.
That's dope.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So you keep mentioning this mold. So because I assumed we were getting the clay piece, but you're making a mold of the clay piece.
Yeah,
So
just
what's
'cause,
the
like,
process
for-
after the clay?
So what would usually happen is I have this whole little setup over here. There's a I'm gonna move around for a second. It's a little digital scale. There's a little container. I have that smooth on stuff I mentioned before. That's gonna help me to pour silicone around the mold. This clay is separate from the monster clay. It's plastiline, different kind of oil-based clay. I'm gonna make like a little partition in the middle of the sculpture. Just kind of cut it in half with the clay, and then pour the silicone over the clay when it's kind of sectioned off and contained.
Okay.
And
How
the
long does
result of that,
Oh, sorry.
No,
how long
continue,
does that take?
continue. The
Yeah.
result of.
the result of that takes like 24 hours to cure, I think, with the silicone. And then you break it apart, you kind of pull it apart and cut it off with an X-Acto knife. And you have like a little cavity that you can pour resin into or other materials. And so that I don't ship this in like FedEx the way it is. And then
Right.
you get it in the mail and it's like smushed.
And then
The
you
resin
could
takes care
reuse
of
the
that because it's a
clay.
harder material.
And then
Yeah,
you
exactly.
could.
That's awesome.
That's
Smart.
smart message.
Think, Mark. Think.
Don't
Oh,
think,
message.
Mark. Think.
That was, man, that is such a memeable moment. They did perfect with that.
Oh,
yeah.
it's so good. I want to rewatch the
Yeah.
series. We're gonna rewatch the series. So good.
So, yeah,
You know what,
do you-
for comic book people, like I know it's really nice to see that material outside of the big two is really getting shine.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, and that's one of the things that we were hoping on as well, because there's a lot of other books than just superhero books outside of DC and Marvel. There's many
So
different
many comic books.
indie books that are
And they're on TV.
Absolutely
People are
amazing,
watching
yeah.
them and they don't even know they were comic books before.
so the fact that those books are getting a lot of shine and those creators are getting their flowers is absolutely wonderful.
So my
Yep.
question next was, do you sculpt like your favorite characters as well? Like, have you ever done like from fighting games or DC, Marvel, whatever, anime type things?
So believe it or not a lot. There's only one person that I've really done that for. And I have a lot of characters that I like. Favorite game, God of War. I love Kratos. I've never sculpted Kratos. Don't ask me why. But for a sculpture, the only one that I've done like that way back in the day in high school was this Venom sculpture. So that class I took in high school, I mentioned that I got the tool from.
Right.
I totally turned like a pottery class into like a monster making class. And I had this little bust of Venom holding up this terracotta arm. And I was supposed to have like a little Spider-Man dangling down from it and like going into his mouth. It was going to be a whole thing. But it kept on exploding in the kiln.
no.
So I
Oh,
only
wow.
have a piece of
Why did
Venom's
it
head left.
explode? Why is it exploding?
Air bubbles. There's always air bubbles.
Oh,
That's why I don't
okay.
like
Wow, that happens. Like, how
Oh,
big of an
absolutely, yeah.
explosion we talking?
So because it's in that really big like hot oven called a kiln, you never really like see it explode. You just come back the next morning and then like it's
And
not
it's just-
there.
Blah.
It's
Yeah.
just gone.
I thought it was
Um,
like in your face, but you mean when you put it in the oven?
and it heats up.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm like, you're working
There's a
on
whole
it, and then
process
all
of,
of a
like-
sudden, boom, while you're carving the leg, it just explodes.
That sounds like some Wile E. Coyote stuff.
Right?
That would be cool to see. I'm glad it didn't happen that way, but that was definitely in the like the kiln making
Oh,
process. So.
man. But then, okay, so then the next question is, how do you limit the bubbles? Like, get rid of the bubbles? Like, where
You're
are they
supposed to
coming
really
from?
work the clay before you actually start doing stuff. And, I was in high school. I was messing around for the most part. The first like 2 times. The third time, I was really trying to get it done, and still exploded. You have to be careful with every material you work with has a rule. So you have to learn the rules for that, learn how to work with it the right way. And I was probably just a little bit too young to really give it the attention it needed.
Right.
So you're talking about like when you get the brick, you got to work it out because it may come with bubbles. You should be able
Yeah.
to.
So yes,
It
sometimes
exploded in my face.
It's
So
the
go ahead.
what were we gonna say?
No,
No,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying that the material comes like anything else. It's not supposed to have bubbles or very little bubbles, but as you cut it, as you start working with it, as you put one piece of clay on top of the other, even that process can make bubbles in the material, and it's not as even as you think it is. And it's also a drying process too. So you have to,
Right.
because that's a water-based clay, you have to literally wait for it to dry out. Sometimes when it's drying out, it starts cracking, then you have to like put more material on it. It's a whole process.
So like even all right, so bubbles is a given. You might get a few bubbles here and there, but does it also count for temperature as well? Is there like a certain type of temperature, a certain temperature that you
Like
have
too
to,
high.
That's yeah.
Yeah, you can put it too high, you can put it too low. There's a whole science to that part too. That's why, pottery in general can be like really beautiful in its own right. There are people that will try to put their hunks of clay back together once they do fall apart. I wasn't at that level yet, so I was just like, cool, start again, and again and again and again.
And what about room temperature? Like if the air is too moist.
Less
in the
room temperature, more humidity, more
Yeah.
like how humid is it in the room. That can
Because
definitely affect it.
it's the
Usually you would
same-
kind of cover it.
Right, because it's like the same way with my Bristol paper. When I lay out the panels, depending on how moist the air is, like I can't work on it. I have to use a tablet. But if it's dry enough, I can be able to lay out some smooth inking with
Yeah.
a quill.
Now, you mentioned briefly like having to take it out because of cracks. Is that something that happens often, or it's like after a while you just learn how to mold the clay the right way?
I think it's a combination of both. I didn't
Okay.
stick with terracotta long enough to like really figure that part out. But from what I've seen other people do, it seems to be like a combination of paying attention to the environment the clay is in, knowing exactly like how long it's going to take to really dry everything out, knowing what to look for to make sure it's not just dry on the surface, doing all that stuff, and then on top of that, knowing how to do the science of the kiln part. A big oven.
No, I was just fixing the phone.
Oh, there we go. I was trying to, I don't know, I was trying to move the screen without, I was trying to touch
Without
the
moving the
TV.
screen?
Yeah.
So we have
but
a few minutes left.
But
Oh, it's
this
almost an
is
hour. Oh, great.
absolutely
Right? Yeah, we just
amazing.
kind of flew by. But yeah, we have a few minutes left. If you want to tell the people where to reach you, social
Oh, yeah,
medias, all of that good stuff.
Time for the shameless plug. All right.
All right.
All social media. It is at BC2. It's B as in boy, C as in cat. Number 2, art. I really had to think about that. Wow. BC2 art. So that's Twitter. That's what is it called? TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, all that stuff. If you were looking for my website, it's also bc2art.com. So it's nice and simple. It's like I've been working on branding for a while.
Oh,
And usually on my website, it'll tell you like different shows that I'm in. Right now, I'm in the middle of being a part of this really amazing show called the Harlem Fine Art Show. There is a virtual exhibit, so you can literally join the exhibit from wherever you are. You can be in London, you can be in Paris, you can be on the other side of the country, and download this app called the Walters app and see my art, see a whole bunch of other amazing artists' artwork. There's some really big names in there. Danny Simmons, I believe Art by Walk is there too. If you follow his artwork on Instagram, he does some amazing stuff. Just check it out, see what's available. You never know when you might find the next amazing piece of art that's going to be in your living room, especially during these pandemic times. Great time to kind of spruce up the house, make sure that you're seeing positive things around you.
oh yeah.
And yeah. And Rand.
That is awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. Thank
Yes,
you very
Thank
much,
you so
man.
much for coming and sharing your gift with us,
Hell
'cause-
yeah.
and surprising. Well, I guess me, because I did not know that you were. I thought
I
you were
de- I
just gonna
definitely told
sculpt
Sean. I
something.
definitely told
Okay,
Sean.
well, Sean sometimes doesn't tell me. He thinks he does this. He's like, "Oh, I told you." It's like, no, you had a conversation with yourself, and I was in the room, but it was in your head.
Yeah. I was
Listen, I do
I
that all
was-
the time, so Sean.
I was
I
saying
was
it.
surprised. I was very surprised. So I
he
appreciate it.
told me, I was like, you know what? Don't say anything. Let you just see it.
Oh, yeah,
because
whatever.
I saw I had the pictures.
Yeah,
He was
yeah,
giving me.
Well, yeah, I saw some of the pictures,
But
but I
I
didn't
didn't-
mean that.
I
I
didn't
saw some of
see-
the pictures.
I didn't see like when I show you the pictures that you sent me, Brian.
Yeah,
Compared to what you're doing right now.
Yeah, it's
I
different.
had no idea.
it's different
that
to
you would
see
get,
it because
yeah.
I saw the pictures, but to be sitting here and then I'm interviewing him, I was like, oh, it's Princess Iman. Like, that's pretty cool.
That was dope. That was a great reaction. Thank you guys.
But yeah, no, keep up the great work, man. You're absolutely wonderful.
Amazing.
Yep, you are the elite. And if you guys need a sculpture, please contact
Yes,
this
contact
man.
him. Get one for your loved ones. Don't go to the mall and buy it from the kiosk. You know, hit up the creators.
Oh,
Hit
You
up
know
the
what's crazy?
creators.
I was going to ask you this, Sean. That year that you saw us, was that the year that I was selling those baby Groots?
I'm sorry.
The year at Comic Con when we met each other, was that the year that I was selling baby Groot?
I believe so. Yeah.
So fun little story to wrap up. When Guardians of the Galaxy came, nobody was prepared merch-wise for anything like that. They really that was anticipated, I feel like, to be Marvel's plot, but it wasn't, obviously. So at Comic-Con that year, everybody was, the Baby Groot dance, like everybody was really excited about it, and nobody had any Baby Groot merch at all. And I had decided to do this one-off. I think I might have done two little Baby Groot sculpts in a different material called sculpting.
Right.
And I was literally the only person on the floor that was selling anything Baby Groot.
That's
Which
It
is
was great.
perfect.
ahead of the curve.
When you're
I
ahead-
literally would go home that night, there's multiple days of Comic Con, and I would like bust out like 8 sculptures of Baby Groot that night and paint them and then bring them back the next day, and they would sell in the first hour. That was a great Comic Con.
Amazing.
That was a fun story.
That's all it takes to find out that you're the only one who's doing that.
Exactly.
You capitalize and you make sure that
Ahead of the curve.
Yep.
Anybody from Marvel that's listening, that was definitely an artistic rendition. So
Because when I saw that, I was like, yo, this is pretty dope. I wish I had money. Oh my goodness. I was going in when that Comic-Con, I pretty much was just like, all right, get anything free as much as possible. 'Cause, you know, when you're young and you just had enough to see the show. But no, I'm glad that I bumped into you guys. Like,
Yeah, man,
that
that was-
changed my
that
whole
was definitely a good
perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much again for
Thank you, Brian.
thank you
coming
guys.
on the
Thanks
show
for putting
with
me on.
us. And no, it's no problem. We're definitely going to hit you up for District Con 3.
Ooh, can't wait.
Yes. And I can't wait to see the final pieces because even now I would still take it. Like, oh, it looks so cool. It looks so cool.
Wait till it's painted. It's gonna be nice.
I
But-
can't wait.
Next up, we have Staten Island Arts.
Staten Island Arts
We have
with
Staten Island
G
Arts,
Mims.
yes.
Yep, Jenna Mimosa.
Jenna is coming on to talk with past Sean. about
Showing for the
about
past.
some awesome things with Staten Island Arts. So we're gonna take a little 10-minute break,
Yep.
and then we're gonna come back on and talk about Staten Island Arts.
All right, let's
Stay
do
tuned.
it.
What's up, folks? Name's Cool Dello, aka Lanier Burton, the writer, creator, editor, self-publisher of From Scratch Comics. Here's a little glimpse of a few of our books.
I've got to tell somebody about this.
No, I must not succumb to temptation.
Nah, brother, you the man. You the man.
Damn, you so fine.
Get me in trouble. Don't judge me. I haven't been touched in minutes.
In other news,
We have been marginalized and forced to sell peeing pies.
bitch is homeless before you can give me the eight.
Hello, welcome. This is Mikhail Supreme from Night and Day Anime Studios. And please visit our Etsy store. It's at Etsy, www.etsy.com/shop/Anime Supreme. We have great product items, all custom made by here in our home to be enjoyed in your home. Yes, we have everything here from bead art to Pokemon dioramas. And if you see anything here that you do not like, just contact us and we'll custom make it for you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, so did you like that last segment with Brian, and then also our little promos from our other artists? Yeah, so we're getting on to the final stretch. This is our last segment of DistrictCon 2 Day 1. So here's my interview with Jenna Mimoso from Staten Island Arts.
Yes, definitely big shout out to Staten Island Arts. Euphoria and Home and Worlds 1 would not have been published without them.
Or this
DistrictCon 2. I was kidding there. Oh my God.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Oh my God.
Excuse me.
What's going on, Chef Star? But yes, so shout out to them for also helping us put this event together as well. Guys, if you are a creative artist, musician, whatever, and you have an awesome project, sign up for a grant with Staten Island Arts. And with further ado, let's start the interview. Take it away, Past Sean.
Hello, everyone. All right, so welcome to DistrictCon. This is Sean from the past, saying hi to Sean from the future. Hey, Sean from the future, Jody from the future. How's it going? I'm back again. Isn't it great? And I got this cool T-shirt. Oh my goodness. But anywho, I wanted to present you guys to a special person that is near and dear to our hearts of Divided District Studios. I want you guys to meet Jenna from Staten Island Arts. We're gonna talk about Staten Island Arts and the things that they have to offer and what they have offered to me to make this possible for all of us here at Divided District Studios, and also the people and the guests from DistrictCon.
Excellent. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Virtually, I'm here.
All right. So, tell me a little about Staten Island Arts.
Sure. Staten Island Arts is always fun to explain. A lot of people don't know what an arts council is, but we are the borough's arts council. Every borough in New York City has an arts council. Most county in New York State has one, and most major cities have some sort of arts council. And what we are is an arts services organization. So we provide services and opportunities to artists, creators, makers who live on Staten Island. So that's our district, that's our borough. So that's who we provide services for. So unfortunately, if you're not from Staten Island, you can't really access some of the things that we do. But if you are not from Staten Island, I encourage you to find your local arts council and connect with them, because they are nonprofits. They are there to service. They're there to service you.
Awesome. So, all right. I had the pleasure of meeting you guys, 2-3 years ago. And it was very simple as that. I got, we met at an art event that I was showcasing with Jody, and you was looking at
you both walked me over to your you had a Super Mario Brothers map.
Yes.
Which was super dope. But that, I think that's what you're referring to, right? That was I think that was the first time meeting both of you. Yeah.
Yes. And also Aunt Seltzer, she poked me to you. He was like, yeah, you need to speak to Jenna, and you need to speak to Elizabeth. And it ever since then, it's just been an absolute pleasure. Before I even get started, I just want to thank you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, a lot of stuff would have happened within our circle, and the people that we have met through that journey, just by saying, hey, you should make a comic book out of this.
Yeah, you're totally welcome. I mean, your project, like the projects that y'all are doing, especially your residents here on Staten Island, but as creatives, we're happy to support. And while we didn't choose, we don't get to choose that. Unfortunately, staff doesn't get to choose who gets our funding. We're here to help you guys submit applications into our process. And so just getting to know you all better and to learn about this project, knowing that it's in our backyards, right? I think that as frustrating as it is to be from a small place like Staten Island, it's really cool because in a way, because we're neighbors in so many capacities, in so many ways, that you really are in my backyard, and I get to help you get these things to come to fruition. And so any part that we can play in that, we are super grateful for.
As you said before, the island is very small. So pretty much it, depending on who you communicate with, you may know several other people right around the corner. And it has happened before where, even being in certain shows and working amongst other artists, I've come to learn that this person is the cousin of this person that I knew from my day job, or so on and so forth. So that's one of the things that I like about Staten Island Arts, because it's when you say that it's really a community thing, it really is. I've got to meet other family members from people that who was on board to voting one of the projects that we enlisted in. And the funny part is when you get the certificate, there's names on the side of see who was responsible for saying yes to your project that you dreamed of doing. And I saw one particular name, and then I met this other person who had the same last name, and I asked them, are you somehow related to, yeah, that's my son. I was like, oh my goodness, your son just gave me a project of a lifetime, and you have no idea how grateful I am and the team are. And she's like, oh really? She has no idea what I'm talking about. But
sure, yeah, but we're all, again, Staten Island's a small town, big city,
Yeah.
It really does feel like that. So I same way, I grew up here too. So you always run into someone's uncles, sisters, brothers at the deli or the bar or wherever you're hanging out,
So how long has Staten Island Arts been around for?
Staten Island Arts has actually been around since 1992. We are heading into our 30th anniversary, I think, this year, right? I think that's right.
Yeah.
And so so we've been around since the 90s. I love Staten Island Arts' origin story because it's similar to mine. I was not a part of obviously creating it. I was a child then, but Staten Island Arts was built by artists, by a group of artists that was here on Staten Island doing art as we do. And we were at the time, Staten Island was not accessing city or state funding. And so to get money into the borough, they organized and they created Staten Island Arts, which was COSI. So that was the Council on the Arts and Humanities for Staten Island for a long time. A lot of people still refer to us as COSI, which was the acronym of that. So we shortened it when I was around for the shortening of it to Staten Island Arts. And so I just love that it was created by artists that just were trying to like support their own community here. I think that's really like inspiring in ways. And it still kind of continues in that vein where we've certainly grown and shifted and changed in ways. But luckily, my direct job, which is the ReGrant program, which is what helps fund projects like DistrictCon and the books, is that that's really like the bread and butter of what we do a lot of the time. And it's being able to support folks in our community that are like doing really cool, important work. And if you've ever tried to like show work outside of Staten Island or try to get recognition outside of Staten Island, it's very it's disheartening. And I say that as an artist. Like I'm an artist, and I'm lucky that I get to work in my community. But if I had to like leave Staten Island to work, as a commuter, and I've had to do that, people have a conceived notion of Staten Island, of like who we are, of what we do here. And I don't know, I just love the fact that I get to, again, like I don't think anyone would ever guess something like this, like DistrictCon exists on Staten Island. I think people would be, I really do. I think people that are not from here would be like surprised and like almost like, what, really? Like a Comic-Con like here, like something of that nature. Like I think that would be surprising to them, and that makes me keep doing what I'm doing, right? Like I don't want that to be a surprise. I want people like to just know, to be like, oh yeah, that's like, of course it's happening there. Of
right.
course that's happening on Staten Island.
Because the thing is like, most of us who have a passion project, they want to put it out there. And the last thing that's on their minds is how can we afford this, and how can we plan this together, and how, it's always how, and it's never like, just get straight to it. And there are some who do the complete opposite. But anyway, but what I'm really trying to say is that you guys make that possible. And not only that, but you guys have other programs and other events that you like there's a lot of stuff that you guys do. Like I just recently found out that you had one music artist perform in the site. And
so we occasionally do programs. We teeter the line between services and programs. We try not to be competition in the end to our like community, right? Like that's something we don't want to do, right? Like replicating things that are already happening. But we also like to provide opportunities, and with COVID and everything shut down, and having a gallery space, which we have in Stapleton at the ground floor of Irby, that is having an opening very soon. Having that space, we felt like we wanted to provide an opportunity for people to play, to perform, to be making art in this time. And so it is a virtual program, but we do have people in the space performing.
Oh, okay. Because also speaking of COVID, like, you guys did a amazing job on
it's been a year.
It's been a full year, and you guys did an amazing job making sure that things were running as smoothly as possible. You and not only that, but you guys even stepped up to the plate and said, hey, we found that you can do this with like funding for people who have lost their jobs, and like you guys made it your responsibility to like take care of us, and like and not any other program would do that. You guys showed.
It felt very reminiscent of what happened with Superstorm Sandy. Superstorm Sandy happened when I was there as well, Staten Island Arts, and we shifted. Our mission is art based. Our mission is about the arts, about like recognizing our artists and recognizing the artists that are here. And like, how can you do that when their houses are filled with water or they're out of work because there's a global pandemic and like they can't access unemployment because they were already working 3 jobs off the books anyway, right? So like I don't think you can recognize artists without recognizing all of them, you know, like everything about them, all of their identities and all the things that they are dealing with and going through. So I always say, I've been this year, especially with COVID and things of that nature, have really shown me how much of a social service our council is, and like what the Arts Council does, which is it's not considered by the city at all, I guess, as a social service, right? Like we don't necessarily feed the homeless, even though sometimes we do, right? Like we do volunteer and do things like that. We certainly did a food program during COVID to make sure people were getting food, access to food. So you know, I think we take care, and the care is very important to us. And so yeah, like we take you into the fold when you become a grantee, and even when you're not a grantee, if you're a creative artist on Staten Island, like we are representing you in some ways, maybe not directly, but in citywide and statewide opportunities. We sit at a lot of tables that represent individual artists, and so even if you don't know who we are sitting at tables representing you if you are an artist or creator or maker living on Staten Island in some capacity at some table somewhere.
Right.
And we take that really, really seriously. Like we try to like make sure that we're always checking back. And again, making sure that y'all are like, that we are representing to the best capacity, but also that everyone's taken care of in the end. Because while you may get a grant from us, you know, we want to make sure that you still have a roof over your head and food in your belly too.
Right. And with that said, like, you know, when you say that you guys try your best to take care of all artists, like you even, and as an artist yourself and the other artists that are within the fold of the inside fold of Staten Island Arts, like Jatik Long and Megan, even they you know, you guys are just brilliant minds, and you guys take care of one another, and you guys take care of us very well. I'm just grateful to be a part of that. And,
sure,
and
we're
so
grateful to be part of here too. You know, I mean, like you said, inside fold, like you may be a grantee, but we're talking at a con, right? And like, so everyone here that's watching this video, you're like on the outer fold of that, right? Because like now you know that we are there, and like you know that you can kind of come and access us in some capacity. And so that counts as like our reach, if that makes sense.
yes, that, you know, I definitely wanted to do that because I know there's a lot more artists out there who probably are watching this and was like, oh, I wish I can do the same thing as Sean, or I wish I can do the same thing as Divided District, or I just want to do my own thing, and they're just trying to find a way to do that. So this was definitely a way to reach out, and also to tip my hat off to you. I will not do that. I'm bald. but I will give you a nice but seriously, this has been awesome. This has been awesome. And I also want to I'm sorry. Okay. I want them to know where they can find you.
Yeah. You can find us on the internet. All of our social handles are at Staten Arts, so capital STAN, Staten STATEN Arts ARTS. So Staten Arts, that's Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We're there, and on our website at statenislandarts.org. You can find all of our info there. You can sign up. We have an email list. We have a community calendar. So if y'all have events going on and you on Staten Island or off, we do like pretty much tri-state area events. You can add an event for free on our calendar. And we have a gallery. I just want to pitch the gallery opening. We're reopening our gallery. We were shut down during COVID. And we have an opening on June 17th. And the show is called And Yet We Still Have Joy. We're screening, we are going to be showing the works of James Francis Richard. He's a video artist here on Staten Island. It's his first, I think it's his first show. Pardon me, James, if I'm incorrect, but it is I think it's his first solo show. And I think I'm excited about it because it was inspired by the pandemic. And if you're okay, can I read a little thing?
Absolutely. Go for it.
Yeah. So so the show is it's called And Yet We Still Have Joy. And again, James, this is from James. So he lived through 2020 and the pandemic, from the economic collapse to violence against Black people. And he kept saying to himself, this is bad. And so he provided a quote here, and it just says, and then almost immediately, like an incantation to ward off evil spirits, my mind would reply, and yet we still have joy. Not in trying to block out the pain of the world in kind of a way, but in a way that will say, this will not defeat us. That is what. So that would be an exercise in armor of an armored joy, a joy that would give us all the stamina we need to survive the forces allied against us. And so James's video work is it's really great. It's moving. It's going to look really great in the gallery space. And so that opens on June 17th at 7 p.m. And that information's all on the website.
Awesome. That sounds very powerful. And over the past year during COVID, of course, we had to find the silver lining, the light.
To keep it going.
Yeah, exactly. We had to find a way to get it together. Inside and outside our homes and inside our hearts and stuff like that. So I definitely understand that. And I definitely felt that in a way where it gave me a little bit of chills. That's why I'm like,
because it's true. Like, I think a year ago, Sean, I remember talking to you almost a year ago, or maybe a little later, that about just like what's going to happen with this event. What happens with this? I got this money. The whole world is shut down. I'm on my job, all this stuff. And you work in healthcare. So like, I know that like, there's just all these added things, all these added stresses, and money is like the stressor of them all. And understanding that. So like, again, grant funding is pivotal. It's pivotal for folks like yourself to just be able to do these things that bring you joy, that like bring you love and joy, and like caring to yourself. So, I think it's all really connected in a really beautiful way. And so if you are a Staten Islander and you need funding to produce your joy, please come talk to us. And if you're not from Staten Island, please like search out your local arts council. I'm sure that you have one if you live in a major city. And so please check them out because they are here. Y'all do so much. Humans, we do so much. and artistic and creative humans are like the least thought about in that capacity, if that makes sense, right? Like you're always your job, your occupation before you're an artist.
Right.
Our luckily, like Staten Island Arts allows us to really focus on your artist self. And I encourage y'all to do that as well. So again, StatenIslandArts.org is where you can find more info about our arts council.
All right. Yeah. Well, Jenna, it's been an absolute pleasure having you. And like the time went by like whoosh. And usually outside of there we do talk for a very long time during the events, and so it's just good to see you again. And by the way, the hair,
thanks.
Love it.
With this background, I realized I got all the colors going on. I feel like a superhero. It's nice.
It's awesome.
Thanks.
But yes, thank you very much to you and the Staten Island Arts administrative for taking care of people like me.
Thanks for having me here and just again allowing me into the space and like letting me be part of like what y'all are doing. It's exciting and it brings me joy. So thank you.
Cool. So this is Sean from the past. Back to you guys. All right. Enjoy the rest of your Comic-Con. Your District Con. District Con, Comic-Con. District Con. But yes. Back to you guys. I'll see you later.
Right. Fire him immediately for not reading the teleprompter. Well, like, what's up?
There was no teleprompter. I can tell you, there was no teleprompter at all. Sean for the past can attest to that.
It's a hot mess. But as we bring the first day of District Con to a close, I just want to say thank you so much to all the creators that we spoke to today. And we also have one more announcement, which is our Kickstarter. We only have 9 more days left. And get in while you still can for these amazing books, shirts, hats, merch, pins, variant covers. So much is coming with this Kickstarter. So get in while you still can for the last 9 days. And shout out to everyone who's been supporting it as well. Because without you creatives like the one we showed today, we can't live. We can't survive. Y'all need to hit up Rocco, get some products. Y'all need to hit up Brian, get some products. Y'all need to hit up VT Heroes, get that card game. Like really support these creators because they work really hard to get where they are today.
Absolutely. And you don't want to be the one to be like, oh, I missed out on a great
missed out.
Woe is me, and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
I should have did it.
Do it now while you can afford it, because when they get more famous, you're going to be tight. Like, oh, they're too expensive.
Hit up that
now.
Kickstarter.
Exactly. Hit up the Kickstarters.
And not only that, not only that, but each Kickstarter has a bunch of different sweet deals that you can have.
Yes.
So if you pay upfront after the Kickstarter, then it won't work out, and you'll be spending a lot more than usual.
Exactly.
So,
Sometimes it's cheaper on the Kickstarters.
Cheaper to
and
keep
speaking on ridiculous. And speaking on Kickstarters, we have a loaded day set up for you guys tomorrow with a bunch of awesome creatives once again as well. And some of them have Kickstarters, I believe.
We have one Kickstarter entry, but yeah, we got a load full of comic creators heading to you tomorrow from 12 to 5, same time as today. Please make sure to tune in at www.youtube.com/Divided District Studios.
Yes.
Have
And
a
we'll
study,
also,
bro.
right, it's such a tongue tire. And we'll also be live on our other social medias as well. Like, we were able to balance Divided District Studios as well as District Con. So look out for the videos as well on the Instagrams and our Facebook. It is on there.
Yep. So thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, all right?
Bye, guys.
Part 2,
Part
District
2.
Con. Be there.
Or be
there. Oh, I don't want to break the product.
Breaking the
Be
equipment.
there.
But yes, guys, thank you for
All right.
watching.
Later.
Bye.